Good afternoon. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is Wednesday, June 24th. The fire bell just commenced. It is high noon. We will go into Stage 2 fire restrictions on Friday at 0001 fire time. So Stage 2 fire restrictions, Pitkin, Eagle, Garfield, the U.S. Forest Service, and the Bureau of Land Management are all coordinated. Additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Sure, just two I want to make sure you all and the public are aware of. So item number 6, the Aspen Chapel is continued to July 8th. And then just so folks are aware, item number 3, the annual financial plan, we did republish with that full attachment. So that attachment has been included in the public packet as well. Those are the only changes.
Excellent. Public comments unrelated to today's agenda. You have 3 minutes. Public comments unrelated to today's agenda.
We have to start the morning out with a little old lady who is dogging this situation. Did you receive?
Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Pardon?
Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Camilla Sparlin, longtime resident, and good morning, and thank you for letting me speak. Did you get a short letter from me?
Yes.
You did? You all have it? I don't know if you've had time to read it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I won't go over all of this. As we all know, Roaring Fork Safe Passages is going to be a long way off, sadly. I understand there's run into bureaucratic snafus. And the point that I want to make is, as elected officials, your first priority is to take care of your public, safety of your public. And Highway 82 and a 900-pound elk is a disaster, as you well know. So in this letter, I wrote down all the peregrinations I went through to get to the bottom line, which motion sensors. I don't know if anybody has ever talked about this. I live on the Roaring Fork River. I have motion sensors in the back. If a raccoon walks across the deck at night, the lights go on. Motion sensors on Highway 82 at critical points might be a very valuable solution to what is really a conundrum. I don't know whether the people that I have contacted, basically CDOT, can do anything. They don't have them. Why they don't, I don't understand. So if all else fails, between now and next fall during the migration, is it possible for this wonderful board with people who really do care to look into a local electrician who's brilliant, who could design them? We need maybe 6 or 8, along with solar, to keep them lit at night and have them on from dusk till dawn. And that might be a solution to the problem. It wouldn't be very expensive. I'm sure there are people that would chip in. I can't be one of them because I'm on a fixed income. So I just want to mention that to you for you to consider, because you're in a pickle that you can't really solve. Safe Passages is valuable and fabulous. The road to Banff is covered with crossovers for animals. So
Camilla, I need you to wrap up your comments.
Pardon?
I need you to wrap up your comments.
I'm done. I'm wrapped. This is a wrap.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I appreciated that.
Further public comments unrelated to today's agenda? Seeing none. Commissioner comments?
I have none.
Seeing none. Consent items. Minutes of the June 10th regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Greg?
Second.
Ted? Any additional comments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Individual consideration items, public hearing, single reading. Sam?
We're not doing commissioner comments?
You already missed it.
Sorry.
Do you have a commissioner comment?
I was looking at Camilla's letter. Given the length of the meeting today, I'll hold off.
Sam Ingen, Liquor Licensing Administrator. I'm joined today with Alex from EKS Events. They are partnering with the Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter to hold a Dog Days afternoon event on July 19th out at the Aspen Animal Shelter from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. They did do this prior to COVID and then started it up again last year, so it's not a new event. The application and diagram of the property were included in the packet, and public notice was provided for this hearing today. So I have Alex here to talk a little bit more and answer any questions you guys may have.
Hi, pleasure to meet you all. My name's Alex. I'm here on behalf of Seth and Bland and all of the Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter in support of their Dog Days Afternoon Community Carnival 2026. This event is it's a main fundraiser of the Aspen Animal Shelter. They want to raise money and also support and make aware their adoptable pets. So they have dogs and cats right now. And the main reason that Sam is here is because we have liquor and food that's donated by a lot of businesses in the Valley. It's free for all who attend. It's a very family-friendly event, so the liquor is kept to a minimum, whoever decides to donate, just for the adults in attendance. We have ID bands. I guess we'll receive an ID checks when they arrive. But yeah, we would really appreciate your support and our ability to raise money for the animal shelter this year.
Questions for Alex or Sam? We, of course, have to ask you how you're accommodating as a third place for high school students. Will there be NA beer?
As of now, I don't believe we have any donations of any beer.
Okay. High school students are looking for safe places to go that do not have alcohol or drugs. So we're required to say that by law now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, not by law, but
Does that include mocktails?
we want you to consider.
Mocktails?
That means no dogs and no cats either, because the high school students may have allergies to them.
Further questions for Alex? Further questions for Alex or Sam?
How long is this event going on? Is it a new event?
This is not a new event. It's the 6th annual, I believe.
Okay.
So
It's
it
really
started
fun.
before COVID. It is really fun. And they took a brief break. We did the event last year as well.
Okay. Did there used to be, was it the Bow Wow Meow Ball, or is that a one-time thing?
I am not sure.
I'm
I don't
not
think
fluent
so.
with all the animal shelter events. I was just curious. So this is 6 years now. Okay, excellent.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Public hearing, single reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved. To
Can we
approve.
open up the
Wait,
public?
did we open the
Oh,
public
is
Open
it-
up
is it-
public
oh, sorry.
comment.
Jumped ahead of myself.
Anyone wish to make
Such
a
a
public
rush
comment
today.
regarding Bow Wow Ball? Seeing none in
Drunken
the room or
Productions.
none online,
It's not, it's Dog Day afternoon.
Yeah.
it's not Bow Wow Ball.
No, it's not.
Bow Wow Meow was like the gala years ago, I
Let's
think.
not advertise.
I
the
make a
wrong
motion
thing.
that to approve the Dog Day afternoon, as long as the animals are not fed alcohol or cannabis.
Closing public comment, I have a motion from Greg. Do I have a second?
Second?
Francie, thank you. Further comments, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
fun.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I will
Alex.
see you there.
I want to be there. Maybe I'll be there.
Individual consideration items, single reading, Julie Nelson.
Online in the house. Come on down, Julie.
Way too fast.
Thank you.
You're dressing too much like the boss.
Maybe Liz is online, actually.
Are we skipping Julie Nelson?
We're going right to the source.
I would have, I'm going to hand it over to Liz. She's online.
Aquifer.
No?
Liz Woods, aka Julie Nelson, the floor is yours.
All right, sorry, I am in the middle of traveling today, and so I cannot be there in person. This is Liz Woods, Finance Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee, and we are here today to get approval for the annual comprehensive financial report. Any questions about this?
We heard a detailed presentation yesterday in the work session. Any questions from the board members?
I want to know how many members of the board read through this item last night on the way home in your car, stuck in traffic.
I had AI read it and summarize
Sorry,
it
I
for me.
couldn't hear if somebody asked a question there. I
I
apologize.
was just asking the board if they had read the entire packet last night, because it was well done, as always, and on time, which is great, and which is what we thank you for in your award-winning department.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Individual consideration item, single reading. No further commissioner comments or questions. Looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Greg?
Second.
Ted, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you
Woods.
very much.
Enjoy your travels. Jeremy Johnson.
Is nobody coming to our?
Right. I can jump in and cover this.
We can go faster if it's.
Yeah, let's do it. We are.
So what is before you is a resolution to apply to the Department of Local Affairs for the Peace Officer Behavioral Health Support and Community Partnership Grant Program. It's funding for $240,000 that will be used for mental health services and law enforcement in Pitkin County. And again, this would be just to apply. If it was approved in the grant, then it would come back to the board for approval.
Further questions for Jeremy Johnson? Seeing none. Individual consideration item, single read. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Francie, second by Patty.
No, I just want to know, do we open a public hearing when it's a single reading?
No,
Okay.
generally we don't.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are looking for Joe Christie or David Schneider.
Okay, I'll take this one.
So Patty, on behalf of ASC, we'd like you to introduce the schematic design package.
I'm just really kidding on this one, but
Captain Treat, welcome. David Schneider, welcome. The dais is all yours. G.R. Fielding, welcome.
Carter Strothman should be online to present.
Where did you get those names?
Okay.
They just walked in the room.
No, but you announced their names. Or did you get it off of this piece of paper?
Carter.
Okay.
Go ahead, just introduce.
David Schneider, G.R.
I know,
Fielding,
but you usually
Captain
announce
Treat.
who's on the paper. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
we are just drawing staff's attention today.
Hey, good afternoon. David Schneider, Interim Deputy Director for the Aspen Airport. Recently held a work session on terminal schematic design. And today we're here for a one-read approval to move the schematic design forward. Carter and the project team are here with a presentation to review and what was covered in that review. GR and are here for questions. And whenever Carter gets going, we will have him do the presentation.
Yeah, sorry, we're just we're just waiting for Carter to bring up the presentation. We had a little bit of a staffing switch up this week. We have some staff out at JD, and Diane is, I think, mid-air right now. So thanks for accommodating. As David had said, we do have this informal resolution of the Board of County Commissioners. It's very similar to one that you have done recently that was for the conceptual design and to move the conceptual design into schematic design. So as far as process is concerned, this is the same type of action for the board. I think I see Carter on now. Carter, are you prepared to go ahead and present?
Hi, good afternoon. I am. I'm just trying to get it rolling. So you could just give me a second. See, so I got it, but I can't find it on my screen. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Always the challenge.
Yeah. We do have some handouts that accompany this item. These are a bit of a truncated version of some of the documents that and overview of a bit of the SD.
Thank you.
You're the last person I would expect to have tech issues, Carter.
I appreciate that. I just, for some reason, I'm gonna have to cheat here a little bit, but I think I got it. Okay, let's try this again. Share. Screen 2. And share.
There we go.
All right, does that work?
Yes.
Okay,
Can
sorry,
you
not
please
ideal, I
screen it?
apologize. So, yes,
It's okay.
good afternoon. Giara, thank you for teeing us up. Again, my name's Carter Strothman. I'm the project manager for the Terminal Landside program, working with Jacobson Daniels under the airport leadership team. Today we're presenting a slide deck to the BoCC informal resolution for the terminal schematic design concept. So kind of where we're coming from. So out of our schematic design conclusions, the schematic design process yielded a program that was significantly larger and more costly than anticipated. The phasing development was identified as a potential solution, and we talked about that last week in our workshop. Initial phase 1, or what the initial phase, which we're calling phase 1, better aligns with the common ground recommendations, i.e. Getting closer to a 90,000 square foot terminal footprint and something that's more affordable. Allows the project to stay on schedule for the 2027 construction start season without limiting future expansion, being phase 2. Also allows phase 2 to start at a time, including during phase 1 as additional funding becomes available. Coming out of the BoCC resolution from location and extent, we're acknowledging that we have a couple findings that we are now including in our design that we've put in the handout you see before you. And this was a discussion coming out of last week where we wanted to make sure that we weren't missing direction from the BoCC and the AAB. So we're acknowledging it here, and we've acknowledged it in the handout, which will be in an addendum to the concept and programming book. Also, last week we had the AAB recommendations, and I believe these were also presented to the board. And so we've also addressed these in the slides, and we've addressed those in the handout. Equally important to make sure we are doing our part as a project management team and as a design team to provide the information necessary for all the decision makers. Our next steps, design development. Proceeding into design development will allow the design team to address the AAB and the BoCC concerns and other design issues without further jeopardizing the schedule. The design team will engage with the construction manager at risk to provide coordinated solutions for both phase 1 and phase 2 that best align with the demand and budget/schedule constraints. Community outreach through the task forces will continue through DD. Both AAB and BoCC will get to review and approve all proposed DD solutions. And that's where we are today. In our next slides, I'm just going to go through what has already been presented to you as a summary of the current schematic design represented as the June 16th, 2016 publication. The first slides are just a representation in this PowerPoint of the handout before you. We're not expected to read these on the slides, but again, this was a request to make sure we had a document before the BoCC that could be used to explain where we were and where we're going. There is some understanding that both of these handouts might be modified before they become finalized and public information. So we are prepared to assess that as necessary and driven by the BoCC. Our next slide 10 is just a recap of the level 1 building terminal design. I do not anticipate to go through these slides in detail since we've already done that with the BoCC and the AAB, but I'm prepared to do so in the Q&A process as necessary. So we have our level 1 design as presented. We have our level 2 design as presented, which addresses the complete design, showing the phase 2 approach towards the north of the site. We've also presented a level 3, as it were, penthouse design that addresses future opportunities for public spaces, lounge facility, other things that provide additional views and space for customer activities and services. And finally, we have our site plan, which shows the complete build out of the the schematic design phase, and highlights the phase 2 facilities where we're showing a future garage that would accommodate such things as rental car operations, public parking, and such. That concludes the update of the SD design package materials. Our next slides are just going to talk about our funding strategy update. And again, as a reminder of our process. So our approach on the funding strategy is the iterative planning strategy. The image on the right is a industry image of how we go through this iterative planning approach when we're looking at projects, funding constraints, and funding opportunities. The county is not designing to a predetermined budget nor financing a predetermined project. We are defining project scope, costs, revenues, grants, and financing all together to identify a project that is both operationally efficient and financially sustainable. Designing with flexibility in future expansion opportunities, refining costs through design and CMAR validation, refining revenues, grants, and debt capacity analysis. The cycle repeats as project information becomes more refined. Our key takeaways. Financing strategy evolves with the project through the iterative planning approach. Costs, revenues, grants, and timing drive the outcome. The objective is a financially sustainable modernization program as affordability has not yet been determined. The iterative process gives us time. We have approximately 2 to 3 years as the existing terminal needs to be demolished in order to expand.
Hey, Carter.
Yes.
I thought the existing terminal was not going to be demolished until the new terminal was built. So I don't understand your last point.
That is correct. So we have to build before we demolish the existing terminal, we have to build the new terminal. But in order to complete the apron work and the landside parking work, we need the land under the existing terminal.
Oh, so like
So
phase 2.
we are not done until the terminal is demolished and redeveloped.
Okay.
Francie, I think that could best be summed up as like the end of phase 1, really.
Yeah.
And which would allow for things in phase 2 to happen.
I see. Okay, thanks.
In closing, formal resolution. So recommended BOC action. Acceptance of the ASE terminal schematic design as presented on June 16, 2026. This document will serve as the basis of design development to further the terminal design within an acceptable schedule and budget, align with the common ground recommendations, and provide the flexibility to serve the airport users, staff, and community interests on opening day, as well as anticipate and adapt to future needs. Acceptance of the schematic design does not mean it will be the final design. It will simply be the starting point for the design development phase and will be further refined to meet county requirements. Community outreach through the lens of the CGRs will continue to inform the design development process. Staff advises that the BoCC accept the ASE terminal schematic design by informal resolution. And that concludes my presentation.
Excellent. Thanks, Carter.
Open for questions.
Yeah.
Questions for the design team? Please, Francie.
Okay, so I just want to make sure with this resolution that we are not locking ourselves into 90,000 square feet initially.
That is correct.
You promise?
Carter, do you want to expand on what really is within DD and what that process would look like as far as the 90,000 and then what comes back to the board, maybe in a more detail?
Sure. So, over the next period, over the next 6 to 8 weeks, we're going to be working with the design team and the CMAR to confirm our phase 1 project with regards to the size of the building, the sequencing of apron construction, and the sequencing and design of the landside facilities, including parking and landscaping, and the curb front roadways. On the screen, with regards to expansion and growth is as we get through phase 1 and we determine that we have provided the right amount of hold room space and operational needs for the right amount of gates, and we've been talking about 7 gates and 8 gates and working through all that, and we have time, and that's one of the elements we'll be working through over the next 6 to 8 weeks. We've also acknowledged that we've provided this phase 2 opportunity to expand additional hold room space and support space as needed as the demand for aircraft activity for loading of aircraft warrants. So in this case, where we've set this threshold of the 90,000 square feet as the minimum, we understand how to get to 90, 93,000, 95,000, but we also understand what that higher threshold of 130,000 to 140,000 square feet. We are not limiting anything today. We are very confident we're not going to be less than 90,000 square feet, and we're also very confident that we don't need more than 140,000 square feet of terminal operations, facility operations to run this airport successfully. So I hope that provides some clarity.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize that I support the resolution from the Airport Advisory Board, which had several caveats, I guess, which I agree with. One is, the baggage area. It's only a very minimal improvement over what our employees are suffering through right now, so I would like attention to be paid to that. I was disturbed about the presentation of the interim views, looking at not our best views by any means, and that was a little disturbing. And as I mentioned before, I want to reiterate that doesn't seem the most efficient use of building materials and heating and cooling systems to build a separate administration office building when we were already building this gigantic building. So that's one of the things that I'm willing to go forward with this the way it's presented now, but I do have some of these concerns. And I think there's some other things that we need to talk about as we move forward. And today, I'm not trying to start a conversation today, but I think we need to talk about the size of the rental company space and what we're going to be providing for rental companies, given that we are trying to reduce the use of single occupancy vehicles. And I think we need to look at the parking area for employees and figure out maybe not how to make it bigger, but how to get more employees there comfortably. So that, I think, really needs close attention. The seating, as we mentioned before, and the AAB also has that listed. And then I've gotten quite a few letters from people that are very involved with this who are concerned about the current proposed size for phase one, in part because it seems like the holding areas aren't enough to deal with the crowds that we have sometimes, given the picture in the paper, I believe it was yesterday, which was quite timely. And I've been in that crunch on a couple of occasions, and it's ridiculous. So I don't really know yet that this new holding area is going to accommodate those kinds of crowds. And then also in that article, this is my last point. Yeah, also in that article, there was the talk about changing the flights to the morning, so we need holding space for airplanes overnight. And so, and that seemed to make sense to me, given the wind propensity to blow in the afternoon. So I just think we should think about that as we move forward as well. I thought that was, I hadn't heard that before. I thought it was really interesting and practical. That's it for now.
Thanks. I'm going to go to Greg and Patty, but give me 1 second, which is I'm going to ask if the board wishes to concur with the AAB recommendations, and we can include those in the resolution later on this afternoon.
I'll give you an answer to that when we're done with our comments.
Greg and then Patty.
Yeah, I appreciate everything Francie's saying. I think there are answers within, there are answers to all these questions. I just want to, the biggest concern I still hear from people is jet bridges versus no jet bridges, and what are we doing to accommodate them? Could we save a lot of money by not building them or phasing them at a later date if we absolutely need them? Those are the questions I'm hearing. So reading the what has changed, jet bridges versus ground load, and then the abbreviated airside grading changes for optimal apron management, drive terminal hold room height sounds like something Hal at 9,000 would spit out. I don't understand what it means. So I'm just hoping clarity on that so we understand going forward we're not locking into one thing or another here, but we're hopefully staying able to pivot as necessary. I'm looking at GR, but
I'm trying to figure out how to formulate. There's a lot packed into that statement in question, Greg. I think what you all saw through the SD provided for both. I think Carter can get into the weeds a little bit cleaner than I can on this topic, but as that kind of the day one type of solution, phase one, that's there. There's an opportunity there. So Carter, can you expand on that?
Yeah, so the short answer to your question is yes. We have and we are maintaining flexibility with all jet bridges or a hybrid approach. Jet bridges provide a lot of great opportunities for the design team and sustainability and safety, and we're working through that stuff. They are not inexpensive as we could imagine. There's different types of jet bridges, and so those are all the things we're going to have to put on the table and look through and walk through leadership to get to an end result.
Carter, was it fair to say that there will be more conversation through design development on the jet bridge piece?
Most definitely. Yes, most definitely.
Great, thanks.
Patty.
Okay, my concerns, of course, the number of gates keeps coming up. I think we always said we were going to have that flex gate issue for overflow. So what are we planning in phase one? Are we staying with 6, 7, or are we going to 8 in phase one, or planning for 8 in phase 2?
So I've brought up the site plan again for reference. The current design and the design that will carry forward is going to provide a total aircraft position opportunity of 10 positions. That represents currently 7 gates, 2 run or remain overnight, and a open future piece of pavement apron for a potential charter use for GSE equipment and other needs. This design really maximizes out the apron. We could not right now get much more apron into this design because of site limitations. So that's one step. We're always going to have the same amount of aircraft positions regardless of our terminal design and our landside design.
Great, thank you.
Um,
And
yes.
just so you guys know, the reason I'm asking these questions because I want the public to hear the answers more than anything, because I think there's a lot of confusion out there and we need to clarify. The other issue I had was, of course, parking. We're being told, well, we're not being told, we're hearing from the public that we're cutting back on parking. Can you explain what we're going to have on opening day as far as parking and what the plan is for future?
So what I can say is I don't have a set number today for opening day, so nothing I'm going to hang my hat on. Our drivers, our plans is that we are not providing any less parking for the airport that is required for employee activity, for the traveling public needs, which is also parking revenue source for the airport, and addressing ready return rental car operations. We are still assessing the mix today between the public parking and the employee parking because they all share one lot. Over the last year, with Metropolis in place, pulling a whole lot of data, we're now gathering all this data, and we're digging deeper for some more data with staffing schedules and other things to better assess how we best accommodate the employee parking. So we don't want to make some short-sighted decisions. So that's something we still owe everybody and things we're working on actively. We're hoping to have some good information over the next 3 to 4 weeks.
So, and I think the management of the existing parking is something we've already been working on, and that we're going to carry that forward. We're also looking at, I want the public to hear this, we're also looking at the possibility of utilizing the Brush Creek Intercept Park and Ride Intercept lot for overflow or for employee with a shuttle. That's in the works as far as our management plan for that piece of property since the county took over ownership. So those are the things we're looking at moving forward. But on opening day, we're looking at status quo with better management. So better utilize the spaces that we have. Okay, the other one I have is, and I think Francie, you brought this up, kind of the weatherization of the baggage area for staffing. That's kind of a tarped area, and if we can, I would like to see us somehow enclose that space in this first phase, because that's always been an issue for our employees out there, having to manage baggage in an environment that's not always great for them. So I think that's an important issue. The view planes, I think, because of slope factors, because of having to kind of reconfigure things when we realized the slope was a little bit steeper than we thought, we're going to have to be concerned about in the future. That's why I think we're still going to hold, I'm hoping, a third floor maybe somewhere down the line in the future for more of that view plane access and open space for people who get stuck in the airport for whatever reason, or they want to just get there early and enjoy the view and the coffee or whatever. So I think that's another key point for me. And the size of the passenger holding area is, it's my understanding, and help me out with this, it's going to be, what is the current square footage of our passenger holding area?
It's around 14,000 to 17,000 square feet. It's a 2+ factor than what you have today, close to 2.5.
Okay, so we're actually increasing it. It's not as spacious as we would like, but because of financial issues in phase one, we're trying to accommodate as many people as we can, as comfortably as we can. And again, we would like to build the passenger hold area for maximum, but people need to realize that then you are heating and cooling and maintaining space that you're not utilizing, but you still have the operational costs. And that's a concern, I think, in the long run in the future, until such time as it's shown that we need to add more space, or the doubling of the space in phase one is not enough to accommodate what we need. And that's part of the phase two planning, with that additional space that would have to be done after the old terminal is removed, is my understanding, because that's the space reserved for that in the future. So as far as the motion from AAB, I think it was well done, hit the points, and it also brings out some stuff that we will be having future further discussions on. So I appreciate their effort in doing that. Thank you.
Ted and then Greg.
Yeah, thanks for this. I think it's important to know that we will have more time to refine some of these decisions. But in a lot of comments that have been made so far, I strongly agree with. I've heard a lot about the 8th gate, about not enough room, I think, in the holding rooms. And I think it's reassuring to hear that it actually is a lot larger. I think maybe somewhere in our discussion last week, it seemed like it was about the same. And I think no one wants to go to a ribbon cutting and go to the airport and feel like nothing has changed from what we had, right? So it's good for people to hear that it is growing. So how much larger would square footage be when phase two holding areas would ultimately be completed? Like, or is the factor larger that we just heard? Is that just for phase one? So I'm just talking about specifics on square footage for holding areas.
Yeah. Carter, how much was the expansion for phase two?
So I don't have the exact number for the hold rooms, but the short story is, right now we're looking at a phase one terminal footprint that's around 95,000 square feet. Phase two, with some other components, back of house, we're going to be taking that up to about 130,000 square feet. So you're talking about 30,000 square feet of additional support space. Well, it looks like I think it looks like that we're going to add about another 11,000 square feet of level 2 passenger waiting areas, what the table tells us.
Thank you. So an earlier slide said that phase two can start at any time, but it has to. It can't really start until phase one's complete, right? Because then you have to demo the old terminals.
Depends on funding.
And funding, of course.
So yes, we can start the design at any time, but there is a phasing component.
So we're talking phase two plans could be started at any time, but if you have your opening day for phase one, and then what do you think of realistic, if financing was lined up, what would be a realistic time frame for the phase two to be completed? With these additional gains, I think that's what we're all looking for. Like, when is it going to be done to the point of phase two?
Yeah. So there's two major components to phase two. So I just want to be clear. There's the building, the hold rooms. There's also included some baggage handling upgrade systems. But the other component is the parking garage. So setting the garage aside, you could have the terminal up and running, probably within 12 to 18 months after we demo the existing facility. Yeah. So this would be, you design everything, everything's ready, we get the permits and stuff, and then the minute we start tearing down the terminal, we start putting in our foundations and structures, and we will have already had a whole building process from the original building. So it's rinse and repeat. So hopefully, our CMAR will be able to say, here's a very effective or efficient and quick construction process.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. I think I'm good.
Excellent, Greg.
Yeah, just looking at the schematic, it always makes me a little nervous. When you count 10 aircraft parked out in front of it, it appears like it could easily handle 10 gates. The common ground recommendation that we've all been relying on, and that we spent about a decade forming and arguing about, and up to this point, really the limited number of parking and the limited number of gates is the one way we can control the size of the airport, which is a big concern to a lot of people. So while we're talking about square footage and holding and parking, it's all super important. I just want to make sure that we understand we're still on are on track, and that we haven't decided we're going to add another gate because it'll fit, or more parking because somebody thinks we need to park more planes at night. Those were probably considered and rejected because it was the one card we had to play regarding the volume of traffic through this airport. So I may be forgetting things that have gone down in the last 10 years, but that's my impression, that this is dangerous territory because it becomes a philosophical policy issue rather than just what will fit on the site.
So, Greg, I hear you, and I think the common ground recommendations refer to 6 to 8 gates. That doesn't necessarily include the RONs, the remain overnight positions.
Which are whether going to be 2, or is that?
Well, this shows that there could be space for a third. I would probably opine that it's more likely that ends up being room for GSC ground service equipment at first. Of course, all of those sorts of things would come back to the board from a process standpoint. There was another lever that the board had as far as the concern that you've been expressing, and that's the flex gates. And I think Patty brought that up a little bit earlier too. And the idea is that some of these larger wingspan jets would end up taking up 2 of those gates. So that is another kind of control in that passenger flow.
Thank you. That's what I remember, but
Yeah.
still I get nervous.
Patty and then Francie.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, and help me out with this, but what's really controlling the number of planes that come in and out of our airport is called airspace. And if our airspace is full, our airspace is full. We have no control over that. We don't own the space over the airport. And so it's not a matter of, well, if you build up more planes, they'll come in. Well, there's limited space in the air for those planes to come in. So that is, I think Greg will help with, we're not going to bring in more and more and more because the air is already full. The airspace is already full. The other point is that for people who are stuck on a plane coming in because there's no gate and they're sitting on the tarmac, now we will have the place for them to pull in and get off that plane so we can turn the plane around and get the people out of the passenger holding area and onto their destination from here. So those are the benefits to the traveling public, which I think is what our airport is all about. It's our local community traveling public.
Francie.
I do think the public is going to be disappointed if we don't have that third-story view restaurant, awesome art space. And, I just want to be clear with the other board members that we have not entertained ways to raise money since we got the revised budget. So I don't think we've exhausted other ways of raising money besides grants and the county paying for it. So I'd like to reopen that conversation, not today, because it's not related to this resolution, but except that I would love to see that the beautiful part of the airport happen in phase 1, because there's nothing to preclude it from happening other than budget. So I'd like to open that conversation in the future.
Excellent. Further board comments?
I'm going to name the hot dog stand
Getting
after
dagger
me,
eyes,
and
I
I'm
can
going to
feel
pitch
it.
in. Yeah, I get naming rights on the hot dog stand for sure.
Speaking of hot dogs, do we have public comment outside of the board? I'm opening
We planned that.
any hot dogs in the room. Please approach. You have 3 minutes.
No, I got in the gate first.
I agree with you. I'm still learning.
Okay.
Don't forget
Turn
red
on.
light on.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I can't believe it's been 50 years when I had my first job in Aspen at the airport throwing bags. So I'm really excited to see how far everyone has come along. I'm going to make my comments kind of quick, so to speak. The very first thing is we need to make sure we get the terminal right. And back in maybe about a month and a half ago, Concept B, which was the 3rd floor, was shown to the Board of County Commissioners and also to the Airport Advisory Board. Everyone was in agreement that 3rd story was much needed. one of the driving forces for reducing from the third floor down to the second floor was this thing called the jet bridges, also known as gates. The jet bridges, what happens with the jet bridges is because of that sloping angle of the airport, that not all the jet bridges would fit with the third story. That's why it was dropped down. Maybe we should drop the jet bridges, because that was a point of a lot of discussion. Then the next thing is that you have a ballot question that approved $940 million in enterprise funds for the airport. So I'm having a little bit difficulty understanding why we can't afford to put that third story on. The next thing is, I'm glad to see in phase 2 that you're dealing with parking then, because we can only do so much at one time. And one thing to think about, the common ground recommendations, I served on a couple of the committees with that, plus having worked at the airport for 25 years. The common ground recommendations were approved March 10th, 2020. That was almost 7 years ago. 7 years ago, that was the data. The 8 gates and the 2 remaining overnights is what we need now. And back in the day, that was 7 years ago. You've seen how the employments have gone up and down. And I want to thank specifically Francie and Patty, because you both, and Greg, you both, all three of you brought up some really good points. And that is, what is the community expecting? Ted, the same thing. Jeffrey, I'm sure we're going to hear your comments here pretty quick. But what is the community expecting? And we, trust me, you don't want to be having sardines on the second floor. You don't want to have views of big homes on Buttermilk. We really need to showcase our mountains. And the third thing is, as Patty very succinctly said, was that when people are waiting on airplanes, that's something people don't think about, but that was one of my jobs when I was at the airport. How do we get those people off the plane? So if you can, I would highly encourage you to, opening day, you have that third floor on there with a design team led by GR over here, that we don't really need those jet bridges. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further public online or in the room? This is the most patient I've ever been.
You can close the public comment if you'd like.
Closing public comment. Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Further discussion.
We're waiting to hear from you.
Oh.
Your turn.
I think a few of us have touched on funding, and so let's go back to program for a second. In schematic design, we've seen a doubling in the security programming and a tripling in the baggage program. And I'm not commenting on size, but I'm just saying the scale of the program then brings the government needs, if you will, to roughly 50% of the overall square footage of the airport. And so I think the onus then is on this board to spend more time in Grand Junction and Washington, D.C., and it's our duty to continue to corral the U.S. government, given that they're half of the programming. It would be wonderful if they were also half the budget. So it's a post-7/7 and post-9/11 airport, and security needs, and those revolve around baggage, have clearly grown since the original tarmac and airport. The second challenge I would throw up to this board is we've not really talked about sustainability today, but I realize a lot of the information in the packet in the schematic design is talking about the most sustainable airport in the world. And again, I would push back and say to this board, rather than sacrificing solar panels or geothermal size, that much like when we put together the microgrid out at the ABC, that we go back to the state of Colorado, whether through the governor's energy office or the chief resiliency office, and search for, or DOLA, who helped with the microgrid, and search for additional funding. So I think the onus is back on this board, both on the sustainability side and the square footage side, to keep the program and the scale and the development to meet the community needs. So, thank you. Further reflections or comments from the board?
You wanted to bring up the AAB reso.
So I would like,
motion.
I would like, if there is a motion on the floor that we concur with the AAB recommendations and include them in the BoCC resolution. So there's seven
Do we need to have a
seven
motion?
recommendations from the AAB, and I wish to add those. And
It's also in this packet.
It's bigger if you guys want.
My question procedurally, do we need to have a separate motion to add these to our motion, or can we just add them to our motion when we make the motion?
I lost track of whether a motion has been made.
No, I did not make the
Okay,
motion.
that's what I thought. So if a motion has not been made, any future motion could include any or all of these recommendations, and I have them in the draft I'm working on in anticipation of this, listed 1 through 7. One thing I do not have clarification on that the board may want to discuss is the timing of that. Generally, it seems that the recommendation from the AAB was that specification of these items be defined before the end of the design development phase. And I guess I'd be looking to the board to see if that is desirable, and then I'd also be looking to staff to say if that's possible to have those done within that time frame. So those are that would be one point of clarification I'd be looking for, other than whether the board wants to include all 7 of these recommendations.
You have the list, GR?
GR, you have
a
the
copy of
list.
the list.
The AAB?
Yeah.
Yes.
And just to be clear, the AAB resolution said 90 days or.
Yeah, it said 90 days or before the end of design development. I sort of have, or not sort of, I've highlighted 90 days as being somewhat of a amorphous time frame.
And DD is 4 months?
Yeah,
So 16,
I mean,
16 weeks.
Yeah, I didn't think 90 days was particularly practical given.
So it's basically the conversation is 3 months versus 4 months.
Yeah, I would say from staff's perspective, and maybe Carter can jump in or others about kind of the legitimacy, the ability to have all this throughout design development. But from what Rye is saying, I think the 90 days is going to, I would encourage the board more to consider at the end of design development and give
agree.
that full time frame.
I agree with that.
And maybe Carter, you can jump in to kind of speak about the ability to address all 7 of these through design development, or what challenges that might be.
Yeah, so we are able, everything that is brick and mortar, as it were, we will be able to fully address by the end of DD. The subjective, beautiful, stunning, everything's going to be beautiful and stunning, right? That's I mean, I don't want to say it's a given, but it's a given. You've hired a really good design team, and it's what's expected and what will be provided. We will not be able to prove that by the end of DD. We will have renderings, we will have isometrics and all that stuff to help show you how we're going there, but you will see it when it is built. So I think there's a phased approach to that. But the short answer is yes. These were developed by the AAB as achievable goals by the end of DD.
Okay.
So I have a question here. So I would like to make a motion, but I want to make sure we have the language correct. So as far as the AAB motion, we can eliminate within 90 days and just put that preferably by the end of design development. Would that be the correct wording?
Yes, so as I currently have a potential draft, it says whereas the BoCC incorporates by this reference and adopts as part of this resolution the following recommendations from the AAB, which shall be accomplished before the end of design development, if possible. And then it lays out the following 7.
And so that being said, I'm comfortable with that language if the board is, put it in the motion.
I'm not sure about points 6 and 7.
That's next on my list.
Oh, I see. I thought you were done. Sorry.
Yeah, I think future-proofing phase 1 is important. That's the last 7, the last one, 1, 2.
What does that mean?
That means, so if we want to add on We don't have to rip a wall all the way apart. It's actually built and designed, so we just take the wall out and move it forward rather than move HVAC and move electric and move whatever. That's to future-proof. That is called planning ahead. Proper planning, so we don't have to tear down the building and start over, which I think is a good idea.
I think it's a little amorphous, but if Carter and GR understand it, I'm okay with it.
I think it's important.
We do.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I can eliminate the last one because, as we know, it's going to be beautiful, it's going to be stunning, and it's going to be unique. And they won't be able to show that until we're done. And the building is done. So I would rather take that bullet point out of the motion, if the board is okay with that.
I support that.
Or do you want to leave it in?
Are we talking about this?
Yeah, we're talking about it.
Well, I was there second on the motion. I was wondering where we were.
No, I haven't made the motion
You
yet.
haven't
I'm
made it.
crafting the language
thank
for
you.
the
Okay,
motion.
I suggest leaving it in because the AAB thought it was important and asked for it to be left in. I think it doesn't hurt to leave it in, and so why don't we just respect what they thought was important? And I'll just add that the entire orientation of this design looks right across the runway at the hillside, and if it was oriented, apparently it's not possible to orient it toward the mountains, other than adding a third story that does that. And just wondering if there's any other creative solution that hasn't been fully vetted yet, because I'm looking at this thinking, man, this is kind of, I trust you all that you're doing the best job you can, but somehow I'm disappointed in the shape of this thing, so I'll just say that. But I
Shape
trust
is
it.
still open for discussion. I think that's a fair comment.
Well, thank you, good, because I was thinking if it's going to be oriented toward the views, then it would probably change shape to some extent.
Well, yeah, it would take up half the runway.
I'm not the designer, I'm not going to make that assumption.
I will add that the design team in the workshops did mention like the angled windows on the hold room. Like it's a box right now for the reasons of being a box.
Because that's where we are.
Yeah, but they are very aware of what the common ground recommendations are trying to do and what the community is trying to get out for views. So that is still an open discussion.
Thank you. That reassures me. I appreciate it. I'm happy to go with the recommendations as they're.
So we'll leave that last stunning, beautiful, and unique in.
I don't see any harm in leaving it in there. It's kind of a nice footnote, like if AAB cared.
It's
Well,
pretty
but,
little thing.
it's
It's
a
a little
matter
thing. I
of,
don't think we're not on the hook for.
Well, how do we
it's gonna
measure
happen
it?
anyway.
How do we measure that?
yeah, and whose taste are we talking about?
Okay.
Can I add?
But I might add on the fifth one, when we're talking, do we want to have more options for this? I don't know what the potential could be for a third floor. Is a penthouse thinking too small? I don't know.
What the original plan was
Yeah.
for the third floor was kind of an outdoor garden-ish type space, so people could get outside of the building in, like at the end of Concourse B at DIA, that great little patio they have, which we're having a small one. But this was to get the views for people who are stuck at the airport or waiting for their flight, and they can get outside. And
Partly outside, but there was also building for restaurants and.
yeah, there was a
It
lot
says
of
that.
other
Art
amenities up
displays
there.
and-
It's all covered right there.
But yeah.
Covered? Okay. Well, then I'm good with that. I feel like it's
So
covered.
I would like to make a motion to approve it's a reso, correct?
Yes.
Informal resolution for the airport terminal modernization, terminal schematic design, phase 1 and 2, with the language as drafted by the county attorney addressing the airport advisory board motion that they made and passed unanimously on
Last week.
on June 18th. Thank you.
I'll second it. I just wanted to say what Rye had proposed, his language had a big comma at the very end with "if possible" or something like that, which basically makes it prevaricational, if that's a word.
That's a good word.
So how do we make it?
Well, it's totally up to the board. I mean, as I understand the recommendations from the AAB, For example, recommendation 2 is a desire to, as I understand it, evaluate the potential for an 8th gate, not necessarily build an 8th gate. Along with that 8th gate comes a requirement to construct additional hold room to accommodate passengers that would be at that 8th gate. So I guess, yes, I understood the AAB's recommendation would be to come up with solutions for these perceived issues, but not necessarily, as I'm listening to your motion, to make these things a requirement of design development. But I was going to query you more before you voted on this as to that very point. So.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think some language addressing that is appropriate. And the thing is we can't really add on more of the passenger hold area space until the old terminal is torn down, because that's the footprint where that space would be. So future consideration, I don't know what language you would like to put in there that leaves that
Space for an
door
It
open.
says solution or explanation. It doesn't say implementation. So,
Correct.
yeah, I
So,
don't
yeah.
think it has a time element to it.
Provide space for an 8th gate.
So as I currently have it, it says the BoCC incorporates by this reference and adopts as part of this resolution the following recommendations from the AAB, and which solution shall be specified before the conclusion of design development as if possible. So as I understand it, you're directing staff and the design team to explore solutions for these 7 points, some of which already have some wishy-washy language in them, I would say. Like, for example,
Unique.
perceived too tight holding area.
Yeah.
You know, that's a subjective determination, I suppose, as to whose perception it is that the holding area is too tight. So you could clean this up a little bit by saying something like, find a solution that ensures that the holding areas are adequately sized for the number of passengers that
Could potentially
be something
stuck
like
at the
that.
airport on a hot
So,
day.
I mean, there's ways to
We have to recraft
bus
this.
around a little bit with this, but
But there are times where there are so many passengers who can't get on planes. We don't want a holding area that accommodates all the people in the newspaper picture yesterday.
Correct.
I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Because we'd have to maintain it year-round, which
Yeah.
would be ridiculous. So I think the language as it is gives us a guideline for what we want to see at the end of the design. And I think that we have a team that understands that. So I don't want to change the motion of the AAB too dramatically, because they were comfortable unanimously passing it. So if we're going to leave in beautiful, unique, and warm and fuzzy, we should leave the rest of it as is.
Yeah, the warm and fuzzy one is really hard for me. It's not measurable. How do we assess it?
It's so cute,
I mean,
Francie.
you know, if it looked like buttermilk base looked like in 1950, I'd like it, but you might not. You know, so I think it's just really immeasurable, and how do we hold anybody to it? I mean,
But I think it's appropriate and to acknowledge the effort put forward by the AAB, because their job has not been easy, and they've put in a lot of time and energy to move forward with the language pretty close, except for the time frame giving us a little more, because 90 days to the end of design, because then they can actually bring these issues to fruition in the design.
what do you think about the 7th one, Jeffrey?
Kara, and then I'll answer
Oh,
Francie's
nice.
question.
I'm not going to answer your question, but I would also say, you know, the other thing to remember is this whole effort too, and these recommendations are just another layer on top of those common ground recommendations by which the design team and the project team and the AAB is using to shape all of this. So while I know some of it might be vague, remember that you still have the common ground recommendations behind all
As
of
the
these
guiding
things.
points.
Yeah.
Have vagueness also.
Well, yeah.
in some of their
Yes.
language.
Oh, he's crafting new language. We're not gonna craft the language of their their motion, are we?
I would answer Francie's question by saying, at this point, schematic design, which we're approving today, is really focused on the programmatic needs. So it's what we've been largely looking at as plan. And so I expect what we'll see in 16 weeks will be stunning rendering similar to what we saw from our friends at the FBO. And so I'm comfortable leaving, comfort, delight, any other warm and fuzzy architectural words help me out, Charles.
Lovely, you like lovely.
And that we'll come back and revisit it and say.
All right, let's not beat this horse anymore.
So is my motion clear?
We've got,
I understand your motion.
we've got a motion from Patty, a second from Greg.
I have one last comment and question that I forgot to ask. On the section 1.11 under public restrooms, improving visibility from baggage claim
So you can see the bathroom from the baggage claim?
while reducing the amount of walk time. Could you
Opaque walls,
explain how
Betty.
that fits in with public restrooms?
Opaque walls, Betty.
So, I can touch on that.
I was a little confused.
And I think the best way to kind of phrase out right now is kind of looking at how hard you have to search for restrooms today. And the intent is when you really need a restroom, you shouldn't be searching for a restroom. So
All
the design team has done a great job throughout this whole facility that as you look at vantage points where you stand and you have your view triangle and everything, you can see a lot of the key things that you need to make decisions on where you're going through the airport, from ticketing to security to the purple on the left and the restrooms right in the middle of the facility, with a nice signage right out front that you can basically see. It's almost a 180-degree view of the restroom sign in the main lobby.
Okay, I was looking at it the other way. What was your view plane from the restroom?
Oh, no, yeah,
That was
sorry,
concerning to me.
Yeah, it's about how you find those restrooms.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. I just didn't want
Great.
to be worried about the view. We're all worried about view planes, and now we're worried about the view plane from the restroom.
But just
so.
imagine flying into the airport the way it is now and looking for a bathroom. We all know where it is.
I know where they are, yeah.
But people who come here do not.
Yeah.
Must be terrible.
It's always directing traffic. Okay, I am comfortable now. Thank you.
Outside of water closets, do we have any other questions regarding the resolution? Seeing none, I will just add one further comment that I want to thank the team for following up on the findings from the 527 resolution. So specifically following up on the CONRAC, dark sky compliance, security needs and programming, and air quality monitoring. So I know we didn't touch on those four today, but I appreciate the feedback. Carter and team, GR, and David, thank you for including those updates in section 111. Thank you. Seeing no further comments, looking for all those in favor of a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport ASC terminal schematic design concept.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Carter, thank you. Good
Thanks,
to see
Carter.
you.
Thank you.
I am looking for a motion to move an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending the Aspen Chapel Property Restrictive Covenant to July 8th. Do I have to open the public hearing on that?
It doesn't look like it.
No, but it's set for.
It's first
Yes,
reading.
actually you do.
But it was the second. It's first reading.
The public hearing was noticed for today, so yes, if you could open it, that would be great.
I'm opening up the public comment regarding an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending the Aspen Chapel Property Restrictive Covenant. Seeing no one in the room that wants to talk about Aspen Chapel. Anyone online regarding Aspen Chapel? Property Restrictive Covenant. Seeing none, bringing it back to the board. All
I
those
have a
in,
question.
I'll move to move it.
sorry, I have a clarifying question from
I'll
Patty.
second the motion, but I have a question. How many times do we continue this before we have to renotice it, or et cetera, et cetera?
Sure. Yeah, typically my rule of thumb is if we do not, which I don't actually think we're supposed to say that anymore.
Can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Usually it's 90 days from the date it was noticed is usually what I have as sort of a guiding principle. I'm fairly confident you will actually see it on July 8th. We've made some progress with the chapel folks, so.
Please be aware, we're seeing everything on July 8th.
Well, I'm happy to move it if you want.
Maybe we can continue it to July 9th, because we might still be
I
here.
have a motion by Francie, a second by Patty. All those in favor of moving an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending the Aspen Chapel Property Restrictive Covenant to July 8th, 2026, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Does the board need a break? Are we good with Kelly Medina next?
I do not.
No, let's just
Excellent.
keep
Number
going.
7, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving mandatory state policies for the Economic Assistance Division.
Oh, it's fine. Okay. I'm like, can you hear me? Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Medina. I'm the interim director for Human Services, and I have Janine McGee with me, who has been contracting with us in support of the interim period, and she's been amazing with supporting us with developing some of these economic policies that are going to reflect some of the legislative sessions that have passed, and also just make sure that everything we're doing in practice is documented. So those are the documents that are in front of you. The first policy is the integrity for medical assistance and how payments are sent out to our clients. The second policy is customer service and complaint policy, so that people have due process if they feel like their needs weren't being met, or that the processes weren't the outcome that they were hoping for. And then the third policy is the Medicaid state fair hearings. We decided to create a policy because we've seen an increase in people appealing their outcomes. And so we've decided to create that policy to have best practice and to document it. And Janine, I'm going to turn it to you in case I missed anything, because this is just like an overview in my 2 months that I've been here.
I think you did a great job, Kelly. These are mandatory policies that are required by the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. Pitkin County is coming up on a management evaluation in July, so these policies are on schedule to be approved so that everything will be really good and lined up for that management evaluation.
Excellent. Any questions regarding HICPUF?
I trust you guys to handle this just fine.
Thanks, Francine.
So as a first read, second for on July 8th, opening the public comment. Anyone with public comments regarding HICPUF? Healthcare Policy Financing. What's the other one? What's the other half of the state called?
CDHS,
Thank you.
Colorado Department of Human Services, and they oversee the SNAP benefits, Adult Financial, Colorado Works programs, and Child Care Assistance programs. And HICPUF specifically oversees Medicaid.
Thank you. Seeing no comments online, none in the room, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County approving mandatory state policies for the Economic Assistance Division.
Second by Ted. Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Janine,
That's set
thank
for
you.
second
Janine
reading
Kelly,
on
thank
July
you.
8th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, ladies.
Lisa McDonald, Anne Marie McPhee, Liz Woods, you're the next contestant.
We have a bunch of people online that we need to let in.
This agenda is so
Maybe
confusing.
Michaela took a bio break. See if I can find her.
They're good. They didn't get very many down ballot this year.
Connie.
Liz Woods is online. And we just need to put her as a panelist.
Technical issues.
Please stand by.
So I tried to clean my glasses, and I looked down, and it was like got hay in it that comes out of my
Liz
hair.
Woods and Robin Moore.
That's good.
Just wonder how much more hay is in my hair.
And Robin Moore.
Down at the bottom.
Thanks.
Excellent. Anne Marie, the table's yours.
All right. Liz, do you want to handle this? Do you want me to? I'm happy to.
Sure, I can speak. I'm just sitting on a train here. Okay. Trains, planes, and automobiles today. All right, I'm Liz Woods, Financial Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee for Franklin County, and we are here today for the first reading of the Healthy Rivers and Streams bonds. We have been with BoCC, I believe, at 3 other work sessions prior to this, where we kind of walked through the various different aspects of these bonds. And we have before you today the resolution along with a draft of the preliminary official statement, the POS, and the bond purchase agreement. So all 3 of those documents should be in your packet. Any questions that we wanted to discuss before we kind of go through the details?
Questions for Robin, Liz, Anne Marie, Lisa? Single rating agency again, and we'll be AA with bond insurance. Piece of cake.
We had our bond rating call on Monday. I think hopefully it went well, and we should have an idea of that rating late next week, I think is what they were talking about.
And we expect a 10-to-1 bid to cover ratio again.
And just as a reminder, this is to help pay for those water right acquisitions that we did earlier this year. The shares of the Twin Lakes and Fountain sorry, I'm thinking of Banks Fountain shares.
FMIC.
Plus more, right?
This is just for the purchase that
This is
purchase that
Okay,
occurred
so
in
it's
April.
not the whole bonding capability, it's just this specific thing.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Questions for the cohorts?
It was very thorough yesterday.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank
I
you
feel
for
like
your
we've
time.
spoken about this.
Excellent. Opening up to public comment in the room. Seeing none. Opening up to public comment online. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, and thank you.
Thank you.
Bring us more.
I need a motion in a second.
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
I'm looking for a motion
I'll
from the
move.
board. I might have moved too fast. Thank you, Francie.
What, didn't we motion and vote on it
just-
already?
No, wait, there was no motion made.
We reversed the order, just this one time.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you. Do I have a second?
I thought Ted seconded it.
I'll say
Second.
aye.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
again.
Robin Moore,
And
thank
you
you.
said bring me more, and I
Thank
guess we
you.
just
Thank
did
you very
it twice,
much.
so we got a lot of money to spend now. We just did it twice.
We already
I
spent it.
think you already spent it.
We have an Audra Thompson. Do we have a county manager? Cool. Are you Audra Thompson?
I am.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, the coroner's office.
Yes.
Good to see you. We only see you
Yeah,
at
Dr.
budget. We only
Myers.
see you at budget time, so it's
That is usually the only time.
okay.
Correct.
Welcome.
Do you want to wait for Kara?
No, we're
Okay.
good. Keep
All
going.
right.
Thank you.
The purpose of this request is to seek approval from the board to accept the awarded Coverdell competitive grant, which will provide valuable services to enhance our services, strengthen community partnerships, and support initiatives that directly benefit those we serve. I submitted several items in your packets, including budget for that, and the award amount was $486,884.
I have a
Please.
Thank you. This is huge. Yes,
Yeah.
you must be so excited, and
I'm
your
still in shock.
department is so deserving of this, and I know we'll use it well, and it's about time. I'm really, really happy.
Thank you.
And let Dr. Ayers know.
I will.
And Steve is still our coroner?
He is. Yes, correct.
We never see him.
Budget.
He is a busy man.
Yes.
I've known him for 40 years, I think, or
Yeah, I think he's been the coroner since 1986.
We approved additional transport for him at the last budget cycle. if
That
I
is
recall.
correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any questions?
This is the first time that this, it seems like this is really
For this grant.
coveted, yeah.
Yeah. I put a little bit of stats in like the AIS for you guys. But yeah, I think they have awarded only 22 grants in the last like 20 years, something
Yeah.
like that. And
Wow.
so I did not expect it, and if we received it, I did not expect it to be that amount. I kind of thought they would maybe approve a small percentage of it, but
And we've applied before.
I don't know that we've ever applied before. I applied in the fall for this, and they estimated in the spring we would hear something, but it was with a lot of help from Gabriel and Grants and the grant company that we contract with. So
We'll pass that on.
Yeah.
So thank you.
yeah, thank you.
So this is an emergency reso set for confirmatory on July 8th.
Please.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Do I have to open to public comment is the question.
No, not to confirmatory.
Cool. Patty, Francie, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Audra, thanks so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
We did it in the right order that time.
Cool. Kelly Medina.
She's
CCAP.
back.
Back
We are
in the
seeing
house.
so much of you. It's so nice.
CCAP.
Musical chairs.
Yeah. Hi, I'm here again. Requesting the board to approve $100,000 of a direct fund transfer from Delta to Picken to cover the over expenditures of CCAP. So we have formalized the process with Delta. Once you guys approve it, we can get a signature from Jeffrey, and we'll be good.
Excellent. Questions regarding CCAP from Kelly?
No, this is great. I love it when we work with other counties. I think it's great to show that we are able to do that, and we do it often, and it's much appreciated. Whichever side we're giving or helping or whatever, I think it's great.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
We got Greg with a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Francie.
And it's
This
a-
is a emergency resolution set for confirmatory reading and public hearing on July the 22nd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. It's nice to know that this system really works.
Thank you.
The money actually does come back and.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks,
We
Meg.
Thank you, Meg.
Do we have Raleigh online? We do. She's second from the bottom. Raleigh, congratulations on your promotion. We are on number 11, emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, Pitkin County, Colorado, approving a contract amendment number 6 with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration for funding for the Pitkin Area Co-Responders Team PACT. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Raleigh Backrack, the PACT administrator with the Public Health Department. This item is that confirmatory reading for amendment number 6 to the BHA contract. So this provides continued funding for the PACT program and supports approximately 71% of my salary, as well as a full-time case manager and full-time co-responder clinician. I will open up for any questions.
Questions for Raleigh? No board questions. Opening up to public comment in the room. Seeing no hands in the room. Opening up online. Seeing no hands online. Bring it back to the board for additional discussion or questions. Patty?
Again, this is one of the best programs, and I know I do, and I think other board members do, and we have the opportunity to share this great program with other communities. We do so, and they're blown away that we've been doing it for so long, and what a benefit it is to all sides of every issue when we have PAC people able to respond. So thank you, Raleigh. You do a great job.
Ditto.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I guess I'll third, but I've also spent some time with Sheriff Buglioni recently and done some traveling with him up to the frying pan, and one of his key pride, I think, moments is working with PACT and having PACT on scene. So thank you for that. I know he's proud. So looking for Patty to make a motion.
I'll make the motion. I'll
Looking
be
for
your
Greg.
choice.
A second.
Excellent. Patty. So we have an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving a contract amendment number 6 with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration for funding for the Pitkin Area Co-Responders Team. All those in favor?
Did we do the public hearing?
We did.
Yes, you did.
Boy, we're just whipping through these public hearings.
Whiplash.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Raleigh, thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Raleigh.
Thank you all.
Ashley Pearl, or do we need a break?
I can cover it for Ashley. She's not.
Ta-da.
She's walking in the door. Here.
Down the runway.
She had her ear pinned up to the door.
We have an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, authorizing the chair to sign a letter of intent to financially support the resident purchase of Cavern Springs Mobile Home Park. Ashley Pearl.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm out of breath. This is just a confirmatory reading of something you heard 2 weeks ago. The only update I have is that the residents were able to put in an offer 2 weeks ago, thanks to everybody getting in these letters on time. They're negotiating, so there's a couple details they're going back and forth on, but it's all looking good.
No, that's great.
Excellent.
Yeah, and you heard from April last time about the grant from the Colorado Health Foundation at just over $4 million.
Huge.
Yeah, so that also helps us because if that didn't come in, they were coming back to us to ask for more money. So it's a nice benefit as well.
Good job.
Yeah.
I just want to I think preserving mobile home parks is part of our plan when we did our mill levy was for property taxes was to, rather than try and continue to always build new housing because of the expense and because of the lack of available land, et cetera, I think being able to preserve existing housing is really key. And even though it's outside our county jurisdiction, the people live and work in this valley, and I think Pickens County is a great leader in showing that we can work valley-wide, not just within Pickens County. So thank you.
Thanks, Patty.
Could you remind us who else has invested in this besides Pickens County? And the owners and the grant?
Ooh, yes, I believe I can, and if not, I can get you a more detailed
Doesn't have to be
email
the
afterwards.
amount, just the.
Yeah, the City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, Pickens County, Carbondale, Town of Basalt has not, Glenwood Springs has, Eagle County has not, Colorado Health Foundation, a couple anonymous donors that Aspen Community Foundation has brought in. Is there anyone else I'm missing, Kara?
That's good.
Not
Yeah,
Garfield.
that's
Not
good.
Garfield.
Not Garfield. No.
Further questions for Ashley?
When might we learn the outcome?
They have 120 days from putting in the offer to do the due diligence and work through all that. So April's hopeful that we might hear next week or something that the offer has to get accepted, and then they'll do all that. But they're on track and feel like they have all the right firms lined up to do all the due diligence and all of that. So.
And DOLA's participation?
Is non-existent.
Cool.
Yeah. There was thought that we could apply for some grants, and again, the timing of when you apply for the grant and when you get the money and what you need to be able to apply for the grant is all just, backwards.
No cadence.
Now, secure housing for 300 people is no small thing.
It is not.
Further questions or comments? Opening up the public hearing. Looking in the room, seeing none. Looking online, seeing none. Bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion
Please.
to approve the emergency resolution authorizing the chair to sign a letter of intent to financially support the resident purchase of the Cavern Springs Mobile Home Park.
I'll second.
Third.
Thank you. I'll put Greg down for the third.
I'll be
Further
fourth.
And Ted to be the fourth. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thanks,
Thank you, Ashley.
David Schneider, Captain Treat, Greg Boyd. You're sitting here, you might as well join us. Come on, talk VMAT with us.
Motion to approve.
Hello, Commissioners. How we doing?
Good to see you, Captain Treat.
Good to see you. Captain Tree from the Zarderfield Fire Department.
David Schneider.
Good to see you. And Greg Boyd.
And Greg Boyd with the airport as well.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. So we're here about the vehicle movement area transponders that we discussed a few weeks ago that give the air traffic control tower the capability of seeing all of our vehicles that we operate on the runways and the taxiways, and also provides them with collision alerts to avoid any kind of vehicle aircraft interactions. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I do, but I'll look to the board first. Does the FPO get covered as well?
The FBO doesn't access the main runways and taxiways like we do. If the FBO does need to get out on there, they would be escorted by one of our vehicles that do have a transponder.
Awesome.
Good question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to see anything like we saw.
Absolutely.
recently.
We agree.
Further questions for Captain Treat, Greg or Doug?
Only that, you know, it's amazing that it would take an event like that to draw airport's attention to this, and I'm just wondering why this hasn't happened sooner across the country, let alone with us.
Well, I think what it is that it's a two-sided kind of a system where if we just went out today and said, hey, we want to put transponders on all of our vehicles, we could go ahead and do that. But there needs to be equipment on the FAA side in order to receive that and provide them with the collision alerts. And I think that there hasn't been much of a push except for at large hub airports for this technology. And unfortunately, the way it kind of works in the aviation industry is that it takes a catastrophic accident to spur change. And, it's unfortunate that it has to happen that way. But, while this opportunity has presented itself to us, we definitely want to take advantage of that.
Thanks. Good answer.
Further questions from the board? Opening up public comment in the room. Seeing none. Opening up public comment online. Seeing none. Closing public comment. Bring it back to the board.
I would
looking
like
for a
to
motion.
make a motion to approve the emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners to sign a Federal Aviation Administration grant application, and if awarded, to sign a grant agreement in the amount of $175,500 for Vehicle Movement Area Transponder, or VMAT, at the Aspen-Picken County Airport, Sardi Field.
Second.
Greg, thank you. We need a third and a fourth. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks for
Thanks
joining
for
us.
waiting.
Appreciate it. Does the board need a break, or are we going to Connie Baker?
I'd like to take a little break.
Short break.
So, grassroots, we will be back at 1:15, 1:45.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, June 24th, about 1:45, and we are on item number 14, which is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners providing supplemental appropriations to the 2026 budget and amending the 2026 budget, second quarter. Connie Baker. Anyone online? Anyone like on a train?
No, just me.
Excellent. Thank you.
No, just me.
Great to see you.
Good afternoon. Today is second reading for the supplemental requests that were presented to the board during the work session on June 9th, when staff was here to answer questions. The supplemental request would increase the county's 2026 budgeted expenditures by a little over $12.7 million, offset by an increase in budgeted revenues of $6.9 million, resulting in a net budget increase of $5.8 million. And there were a number of requests presented in the capital fund, an increase for the construction of the new dispatch center of $400,000. In the general fund, community development, Sage's software enhancements, $114,000. In the human services fund, 2 requests. The older adults CSA program, which is run through senior services, and that's $50,000 for this year. And then a pass-through grant to Colorado Housing and Finance Authority going to Aspen Community Foundation, which is a cleanup of $15,000. Then in the Solid Waste Center, an increase to the new campus construction project, that's over $7.5 million. Healthy Rivers and Streams has a number of requests. There are the debt proceeds and issuance costs. That is including in the budget all of the necessary costs and revenues for the anticipated bond sale, which will be coming up this summer. There is also a request for transferring the aviation fuel tax collected to date from Healthy Rivers to the airport so that it can be used for both Healthy Rivers and Streams ballot language purposes and also airport purposes. And they will have opportunity to do that in the upcoming airport modernization project. Whitewater Park Streamside amenities, $120,000 for engineering to close out the project. In open space and trails, there are 3 requests. The fire truck turnaround, I think that is $200,000. Then Snowmass Creek Trailhead, $1.4 million, and Glacier Farmstead Restoration, $1.5 million plus.
Can I ask you a question there? Yep, Jeffrey? Please. 200,000 for a truck?
For the fire truck turnaround.
Oh, the space. Yeah. Thank goodness. I was gonna say, I want that truck.
Does the board have any questions or concerns with the resolution?
Questions for Connie?
Yep, sorry, I just put an almond in my mouth. First of all, I'm just gonna reiterate very quickly, the dispatch center phase 3. I think it would have been a good idea if they had brought in all 3 phases of the building at the same time, knowing that phase 3 was gonna have to be done. It puts the Board of Commissioners in a hard spot. We say no to this funding, we don't have a building. So hopefully in the future, we get all of the phases at least partially funded or in the mix when we start a project. That's not you, that's others. The other one is the Solid Waste Center. I know there's been a change in construction costs, but I'm hoping that we really look closely at value engineering. Maybe there's some things we can cut back on so we don't need to spend an additional $7 million on that building. And the last one is, I think that might, I want to thank Planning and Zoning for moving ahead with approval of the location and extent for the Snowmass Creek Trailhead improvement, because I think that's critical. So I want to thank them for moving that forward. So thank you.
Nothing's changed since first reading?
Nothing has changed.
Okay, we've gone through it. That's me.
Anything further from the board? Further questions? This is a public hearing, opening up the public comment online, opening up the public comment in the room related to budget supplemental. Please approach. You have 3 minutes.
For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I just have a wish, and that is, it's my understanding that with the solid waste center, that the what's it called, the Silver Queen, the little house that's there, where the employees sell like little knickknacks and things of value, that's been taken out of the plan, and so I'd like. It's, believe it or not, it's a community jewel up there. Any day you go up there, there's hundreds of people up there that go through it. So I'd like for the board, not at this particular time, but in the future, to please reconsider adding that back into the budget for the solid waste center.
It's the Motherlode Mercantile.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Further public comment in the room or online?
It's just moving.
Seeing none, closing the public comment, bringing it back to the board. Further discussion by the board regarding Q2 supplemental budget.
Motion to approve.
Greg.
Second.
Francie. Further discussion. Thank you to the Open Space and Trails team for walking us through Glacier. Thank you for the spectacular views and view plane. It's nice to stomp around Eagle, and really appreciate seeing the young farmers and the work that's been done since we approved the ag leases. So thank you. I really appreciate your time. And Connie, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie.
Thanks,
Did you know
Connie.
that Connie is my sister's doppelganger?
Drew Peterson, Jeff Kruger.
Calming voice.
No. Just the appearance.
I mean, she
Are
could
they
be
not here?
delivering an
online.
emergency alert for nuclear war, and it'd be like relaxing.
Drew Peterson, number 15. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you for your
All right,
in-depth
thank you
presentation.
very much.
first
Thanks for
time
having
around.
us back. This is a second reading for approval to submit for a grant to essentially build fiber out to the new Station 42 dispatch center. This is a Colorado Broadband Office grant that came out on very short notice, but it is a 25% match requirement, meaning you effectively multiply the value of your dollar by 4 in efforts for promoting middle mile infrastructure throughout the state in support of future last mile improvements for local municipalities and our communities. I'd like to open it up to any questions as they arise, but only changes from the previous presentation we gave last 2 weeks ago is the overall quote. We've got some more firm numbers on what we anticipate the entire project cost would be, which is coming in at around $423,000, including significant contingencies for the event that costs increase, because fiber construction can be very expensive and unpredictable. However, we believe that we have a very robust plan and design that will not necessitate significant overruns or any foreseeable overruns within that budget. That would then necessitate that the county just provide a match of approximately $106,000 to make this fiber happen. We believe it has very good community value, and that the costs for this project and the supporting funds for it could be incorporated into the budgets of 2027. And I will open it up for questions beyond what was presented last 2 weeks ago.
Thank you for the detailed presentation, Drew and Jeff. Further questions?
Is there any shared cost in this? I mean, payback from any other partners? I mean, we just approved $400,000 for the building, and now this is another, if we don't get the grant, it's another $400,000 for the broadband.
We are actively pursuing joint funding. We are partnering with Pathfinder Broadband, they're a local ISP, as well as pursuing opportunities to reduce that cost. There are also potential opportunities to further partner with the town of Basalt, Eagle County, Roaring Fork Fire. Those discussions have been mentioned but still need to be had. Just given the very short time frame to apply for this grant window, those kind of agreements have not been formalized yet. However, we are certainly pursuing that opportunity to have additional funding mechanisms for this project. And if we do not apply for this grant, or we are not successful in this grant, it does not necessitate spending that $400,000 to complete this fiber. This is truly support of redundancy and resiliency to make sure that if there are issues with the current being deployed fiber into that building, that we'll have that backup and that resources and really produce a robust network that we can ensure 24/7 operations for dispatch.
And I thought we were going to talk to Eagle County too, because it's my understanding that a lot of the service is going to be provided for residents of Eagle, not necessarily Pitkin. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, we are in discussion with Eagle. We're getting letters of support from them now for this grant application. And certainly for any connection, I think additional conversations can be had for supplemental funding, since it does absolutely benefit the residents of Eagle County.
And we're also going to work with Thor.
Yes, Project Thor and Northwest COG, they are fully in support of this and have provided letter of support in this effort. And they are also fully prepared to integrate the new Station 42 Dispatch Center into the larger Thor network, which would establish it as a local Meet Me center for Thor services.
Great, great. Thank you.
Ted.
Yeah, hi. This was for redundancy in the fiber network. I was just curious, at what point is redundancy accomplished with like satellite services that don't need to be hardwired? And is this a technology that's coming or that's not considered acceptable for redundancy?
There certainly will be redundancy, and dispatch, I believe, is planning on having some backup emergency Starlink services, for example. However, there are concerns with latency as well as path routing and having designated static routes for services such as phone lines. And Jeff Kruger might be able to chime in with better detail on some of those backends, components for that. But having a fixed static route for services is often crucial for a number of dispatch technologies.
So, like, despite despite the technology coming, it's still not considered like where we would want to seek redundancy? Or I just want to make sure we're not, we should go ahead with this, but at some point, is redundant fiber optic obsolete? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, the current state, that's a great question, by the way, but the current state of satellite lower orbit internet is not to the degree of reliability and resiliency required to operate a dispatch center. As Drew stated, the big issue is latency. You've got a huge distance, of course, to go to satellite, to uplink and then downlink back to Earth. And so latency is the biggest problem with satellite. It's certainly going to serve as additional paths for non-critical items, but it cannot be a primary source of telecommunications for a 911 dispatch center. Unfortunately, not today.
Now, Jeff, over the years when I've brought this up, you've never said to me, that's a good question.
You said great question.
I've been asking about this for 5 years.
You said it was a great question. Great question.
Well, Francie, you've had great questions in the past. Thank you. I apologize.
Yeah, I have no comment there.
Getting him, it's redundancy, Francie.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent question, Ted. Any further questions for Drew or Jeff? Seeing none, opening up public comment, both in the room and online simultaneously. Seeing no hands in the room or online, bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Greg, for that lengthy motion, do I have a second?
A second.
Ted, further discussion regarding Station 42 backup connectivity grant. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good to see you guys.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Who's back?
Holy Cross.
Your copy of this, so you may have-
David Schneider, GR Fielding, welcome back to the dais.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Again, GR Fielding. I am the Airfield Project Manager with Jacobson Daniels. Before you today, you have second read of an ordinance of the BoCC to approve an easement along with the trench conduit and vault agreement. I will get the U in conduits, Patty. First reading, we did a very quick presentation to show where this is. It's at the south end of the runway. These are the trenches that we'll be digging to relocate Holy Cross energy lines as they connect from 82 over to Owl Creek Road. This is necessary for the runway shift. and it's going to be part of the enabling package that starts here in about a month.
Excellent. Questions for GR or David?
I have a question.
Please, Patty.
What's the size of the conduit? I mean, to run one to my house right now, I was told I needed a 3-inch. I'm assuming this one is a lot of conduit, different, or one big guy?
What we're aiming to do, Patty, is we're going to be doing a lot of this trenching, and it'll be co-trenched with other utilities. And so there will be an array of different size conduits that is in each of these trenches. And so Holy Cross, I think we have a number of 4 inches, a couple 2 inches for comms lines and things of that nature.
Basic, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Do they just run under the ground, or are they in a culvert-like thing?
So each one of the lines is in a PVC type pipe.
PVC.
Yeah.
And then they're in a trench. and
But they
covered
don't
up.
share the PVC.
No, they don't share but when we dig the trench, we can dig that once and
Thank you.
accomplish
Interesting.
several different relocates with it.
Further questions for conduits and vaults? It would be a horrible name for a band.
Thank you for correcting the spelling.
Opening up the public comment in the room and online regarding Holy Cross, conduit, and vaults. Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners granting underground easements to Holy Cross Energy and approving a trench conduit and vault agreement with Holy Cross Energy to facilitate the Aspen-Picken County Airport, Sardi Field Airport Modernization Program.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, gentlemen from the airport, for joining us.
Thank you.
All those in
Step at a time.
favor?
Measure twice, dig once.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Patty,
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Item number 17.
I was watching that pizza box come in.
Item number 17, it looks like it's Joe Christie. What's the gentleman's name from Weber?
Red Phillips already.
What's the gentleman's name?
Not
from Weber?
Joe.
It's not? Okay.
I don't think so. Joe Christie's the airport.
Is the airport guy's name? All right, what's the guy's name from Weber?
Joe.
What's your last name?
Farstead?
Farstead, thank you.
Okay, thanks. We knew it was Joe, we just couldn't, thank you.
Did you see these questions?
Hey, Kevin.
Aye.
She's here. I think she was here. I think she's still here. No, I didn't see her. But we can't answer those today.
No, you're good. Take it.
I'll just get promoted and share slides, and then Kara's gonna kick us off.
Ashley wants a promotion? Are we voting on this?
I was hoping
You
to
don't want to
address
vote on
that.
that.
Heck of a time to ask for
I
it.
know, really.
I will say, though, that this AIS, I think, was really well written.
She is. Amber's back.
Michaela, do you mind promoting?
I'm going to send a bill at the end of this meeting to Bill Gates. And the bill would ensue the following. It would say, for every time that you cost me 3 minutes of my life to get a PowerPoint up, I'm charging you, Mr. Gates.
$2.
You know what? It's time to
It's been pretty
reflect and
efficient
take a
today.
deep breath. Reflect.
Was that the third floor mezzanine at the airport? That's the
view plane.
reflection room?
The view
Reflection
plane
pods.
of the ground equipment.
I wanted just the good view of the ARF truck.
We should have specified sound baths on the third floor.
No, the algae pond.
Or an algae pond.
With delaminating.
Algae's a good source of fuel. We're gonna have new algae fuel at the airport.
Exactly.
Or on the mall in
Yes,
Washington DC.
Creative juices today.
It's the pace Jeffrey has set. It's making us all giddy.
I did watch Julie McCluskey for the better part of the year and hopefully took all of the good things from the speaker.
Kara.
Okay. Good afternoon. We are back before you today for the Phillips Affordable Housing Location and Extent Review second reading. With us today, we've got Kevin Warner, Joe Farstad, our owner's rep, and Ashley Pearl, and I believe Cody Horn is also in the back. So this is your second reading, so we can go to the next slide. So to kick us off and just kind of ground us a little bit as we get into comments and questions from the board from first reading and second reading, just again a little bit more about Phillips and why the BoCC chose to purchase the property. Very nice.
In color.
In color. You've got the color piece. So the board purchased the property in 2018. At the time, there was 40 affordable homes on the property with 1 mile of access to the Roaring Fork River, 3 irrigated fields, but also some aged infrastructure. And so the board had made the commitment at that time that really the goal was to maintain that affordable housing, maintain the river access, and also invest in the infrastructure, and also acknowledge that there is likely a need for additional affordable housing in order to keep that property affordable. So, okay, jumping fast. So I think, just it's always good to call out Harriet and Hyman and the Phillips family who recognize that if they sold the property on the open market, it could have been wiped out, and it would have been a couple single family homes. And that's when at the time Pitkin County and the Board of County Commissioners stepped in to preserve that affordable housing, as has been kind of what the county has done in a lot of other places as well. And so next slide. So from 2018, to where we are today. So again, 2018 is when the BoCC closed on the property. And 2019 is really when we started to evaluate how do we evaluate what we do? How do we start the investment? How do we look at additional housing, the relocations, all those pieces? And so the board kicked off a health impact assessment, which we'll go into a little bit more, and that really helped define both the social and I think more the physical approach and the infrastructure needs that were at the property. At that point, then we started to look at some options. However, COVID hit, and so there was some delays that happened as we got reprioritized for a little bit. But then in 2022, the board picked it back up, and we started to look at what that additional housing number would be, and really looked at that as a means of how we maintain the affordability of the current property and making those infrastructure investments and finding what's the right amount of additional units for that affordability piece. So over, I think, 33 different meetings in total, but over a few different meetings, the board directed staff to move forward with design of a 73-unit cluster development, which is part of your packet today. And then from that, we were able to start designing what the horizontal infrastructure would look like. We were back in front of the board in June of 2025 with that overall design, at which point the board directed staff to move forward with an application for permitting, which included a subdivision application, a subdivision exemption, which the board approved in February, and then an application to P&Z. And so here we are today.
So, Kevin Warner, glad to be here with you guys today. Sorry I missed the last time around. Joe and I are going to talk a little bit about deferred maintenance and the project itself that's in front of you guys. We'll do our best to keep it brief, since I know you did hear about it last 2 weeks ago, but at the same time try to make sure we cover all the bases and cover some of the questions that were left unanswered the last time around. So starting with the health impact assessment, the top 3 determinants of health during the health impact assessment were housing stability, safety of housing site and infrastructure, and community quality such as environmental health, roads and parking and such. And so just want to start from the place where I say that the project that's before you guys today works to to address those things. So if you look at housing stability, like by adding units to the existing housing, the monthly cost for current residents is lowered. And so like by doing this project, it helps to address that stability. By looking at the safety, you're looking at, replacing water, wastewater facilities, debris flow, all those types of things that again brings additional safety to the existing park and then for the future as well. And then as far as community qualities, things we'd be improving road conditions, parking conditions, and pretty much all the utilities as well. So that's part of how the project itself starts to try to address the things that were brought up in the health impact assessment. So what you're going to see from here, there we go, is we're going to talk about the 5 areas of deferred maintenance. You guys heard about them the last time around, but we're going to illustrate them again and like I said, try to keep it as brief as possible. But what we're going to do is you'll see a slide that's going to look kind of like this. We're going to look at we're going to first talk about water treatment. We'll go through a couple of slides, then we'll talk about fire flows, and we'll flow through it just like that. So. Oh, and also, I'm going to talk about the challenges, and Joe's then going to come in and be the good cop and talk about all the good stuff that the project does to fix these things. So, all right. So the first one here, we're going to talk about water treatment. So you can see there, number 1, that just shows you real quickly where the new water treatment facility would be. Water treatment, as far as the deferred maintenance, so we have 3 different systems for 3 different portions of the Phillips Mobile Home Park right now. And the big takeaways for water treatment is that right now water treatment is okay, which is a good thing. We're providing water to the residents that passes all the required water quality tests, and obviously that's super important. The big but here is that the systems are old and there's no redundancies. So 0 redundancies and antiquated age systems is just a recipe for potential failures. And the risk that goes along with those failures is that you could be looking at a situation where we have to truck in water, we have to put in a boil water order, both, and then you're in a situation where you're trying to fix this deficiency in an emergency situation, which is never the best way to deal with it. And one other thing that's beyond just like the redundancies and the aged systems is that they're not really designed for serving the amount of homes that they are. So if you look at this picture right here, this is actually of the well house for the Riverview portion. But if you look at that and you look at what's being provided there, that's similar to what you'd see on a normal residential home. Like that would serve one normal size residential home, and that system right there is serving eight homes right now, 8 families. So if you kind of back up again, the big takeaway there is that the systems are outdated, they're old, they're falling apart, and there's no redundancies. So Joe, how are we gonna fix that?
Next slide. Yeah, guys, so there's the same mistake you did, Kevin. There's 78 slides describe the mechanical system for water treatment, and I love mechanical systems, but I'm not going to talk through them. Big picture, guys, you can see a rendering, neutral colors, simple building. Inside, this is simple, robust, and it's redundant. So there's parallel side-by-side pre-filtration, water softening, fine filtration, and disinfectant. There's also 2 wells and 2 pumps serving that. So in the event that one goes down, you have redundancy across the whole thing. So, and then the beautiful part of this is in the event that the tank is full, there's water storage until power is restored or until any other corrections need to be made in the system, assuming the double redundancy fails. So this is a very robust, very thoughtful system that'll serve the community.
The water storage capacity?
It's 280,000 gallons.
We're gonna get there.
Yeah.
What's next?
Why do you need to soften the water?
It's just water quality from the well. Most wells in this valley require a softener component. So otherwise it's going to corrode, it's going to scale, it's going to calcify the lines and require further treatment. So
Okay.
Yeah.
I love hard water.
yeah. I honestly do too, but I get it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more for the infrastructure, not for the end user. But yes, it will be nice for the end user too.
So I have a hard time when engineers say. So I'll rephrase. You talk about redundancy, then why don't we have battery backup? Why are we worried about power loss?
Well, we do have standby power in a generator.
Okay.
So, but
As
that'll
in
run for-
gas?
Yes. Well, diesel.
Okay.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
for this project, what is the backup?
The backup is the generator.
Is diesel?
Yep.
Will be diesel.
Yep. Exactly.
Interesting. And is there redundancy in a loop system? So if one house is cut
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a fully looped redundant system, so it goes.
to the homeowners?
Yep. To the homeowners, back to it goes up, down, up, but there's 3 different ways to isolate and reverse feed.
Cool. So you could have a couple tenants out, but not the whole community.
Yeah, the way it's looped right now, it would be multiple failures to prohibit any 1 or 2 tenants from having water. Like if there's a failure in one sectional line, it's not triple redundancy, but triple looped. It's called a bridle loop that will serve everybody in the event of one failure on a pipe length.
Why are we using diesel in 2026?
Good question.
There's no gas service out there. Everything's propane served at the current facility.
We have sun in Woody Creek.
What would an electric system cost if we looked into that?
We can look into it. We can look into.
It just seems like we're going up against our 2030 goals, and we're trying to get a sustainable airport. And here we are building another housing development with gas. With diesel.
Told it's
Yeah.
too expensive already.
Well, then, where are the grants?
And
To be clear, the housing development is all electric, but this particular building and the next one you'll see for wastewater, we may have missed tying that into the goals of the whole development.
Or of the community?
And the community, and the board.
Is it too late?
I don't think so. I mean, for the record, I'm not an engineer. But I recently met with Holy Cross on a CES. Are you familiar with their CES program? Yeah, Community Energy Systems. And they're doing a lot of really exciting programs for, let's just call it a microgrid battery-based, storage system. So I don't see why we couldn't entertain that idea.
I mean, again, we'll let you get off the slide, but
Yep.
it seems like we were praising the development and the density, and we're saying it echoes the development of the county at Basalt Vista, yet we're pushing diesel in the hinterland and saying, Woody Creek. And I live in the hinterland. Woody Creek is central. And then continuing to push outmoded ways of doing disaster recovery and business continuity.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I belabored it.
Yeah, no, that's I think it's a really appropriate point, and I do think there are opportunities with the CES program, so we'll look into it.
I support you on that.
I don't think it's a bad idea, but if we're looking at the bottom line, if we can afford to do this at all, I'd like to see the cost difference and what opportunities there would be for grants, because we know that federal grants, especially for things that are energy efficient, are getting slashed. So I don't have a problem looking at the differences, but at the end of the day, we have a big project to help finance and keep the cost down. Not to say we throw the environment out the window, but we need to use common sense at some level.
I was just going to add that this is a generator that's a backup that probably shouldn't be used very often, like maybe it kicks on once a year.
It'll probably be exercised once a month.
Once a month.
For
Exercise,
15
mean it
minutes.
actually used or just tested?
Just tested.
Got it, right. So it's pretty infrequent. So it's not like it's a huge use of fuel, but even while saying that, I'd like to know if there's an electric option with a battery storage backup, solar charged, that could actually replace that, because I'm not sure how big the pump capacity is. How much power, what's the load? Do we even know how big the load is? It could be an easy lift for a solar-powered electric pump.
And maintenance difference, I want to know maintenance difference between a traditional diesel generator and what the maintenance would be for a mini microgrid.
It's a very good point, and the solar pumps are usually much more efficient and lower maintenance.
Just to bring it back, one other thing is that Joe already mentioned is that part of what we have for resiliency built into this thing is the storage tank itself, which we're going to talk more about in our next slides. But that is like,
You won't even need power.
Yeah. It doesn't need power. It's got storage already there, and it's gravity fed.
Let's put a generator on that.
It's somewhat built into the system already.
Exactly. Let's hydropower it.
Tara, and then back to John.
Yeah, I was
So
going to
much
say, I think
extra
it's a
water.
good flag and we can look at it. The other thing too, maybe just for the board is, it is the backup generator. We have more economies of scale when we get to the vertical development. So it might be an iterative, maybe it's the generator for now, and then we can look at kind of, to your point, like the Basalt Vista. Once we get that, the scale, then we can have more of the battery backup across the whole
And
site.
you know who would love to look at this would probably be Core. If you have a chat with Tara, you could mention that to see they may have an option. They may have a solution that's easy and quick and affordable and futuristic.
Okay, problem number 2.
What are we improving here?
Yes, thank you for the lead-in. Problem number 2, fire flows and domestic storage. So on the deferred maintenance side of fire flows and domestic storage, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide. So this picture right here is the well house that supplies the hillside portion of the mobile home park. And this is incredibly undersized for serving 25 occupied mobile homes. Again, this is similar to what you would think of for one, maybe two residential units or something like that. So the current system has basically no domestic storage and no water, stored for firefighting purposes. And again, the health impact assessment identified under safety that both fire suppression as well as water were both big concerns from the residents who were surveyed at the time. And so just going through a few things here, the main well was originally permitted for up to like 70 gallons per minute. Currently produces only 20, and it shows a real significant drawdown when you get to like even moderate pumping. So basically that's you put all that into a couple of words, and we have what amounts to an on-demand system. Like you're using the water that's being pumped out of there right now. And that's the water that everybody's using all at the same time. And so there is another well that's primarily just provides water for the ranch house, and then there's a spring that provides water to the Riverview side. And so when you look at all of those things together, the Riverview Spring is right on the river basically and is influenced by the river. So there's potential issues with productivity there in providing enough water. And then the ranch house wells, interestingly, also influenced by both the river as well as the ditch. And so that water supply also varies a little bit with the levels in there. And so, again, unpredictable as far as supply. So when you look at all these things together, the basic tenet here is that we don't have any storage for domestic use. And we have one more slide that's going to really talk about the fire flows. So when you look at the fire flows, so first of all, Greg, I think it was you that had really asked for a little more validation on the requirements here. And so what you see up here is that validation. So we're trying to give you just a little bit more information. So before we get to all the numbers that are on there, the big picture takeaway on fire flows are that, first of all, there's no fire hydrants out there right now. There's no hydrants existing at all. There's no water storage effectively. The mobile home park is located in the wildland urban interface. The mobile homes are located incredibly close to each other and sometimes nearly touch each other when you talk about the additions that are put onto some of them. And the primary energy source is propane. So you've got propane tanks spread around as well. So it may be a little bit hard to read the letter itself up there, so I'll just walk you through what it says. The first thing to know about the letter is that this is dictated by International Fire Code. So that's where Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue got their information and where they got their requirements. So how do we get to 210,000 gallons, which Joe's going to go into a little bit more? It's basically a requirement for 1,750 gallons per minute for 2 hours. So if you take 1,750, multiply it by 60, multiply it by 2, you get 210,000 gallons. And that storage is for firefighters to use in the unfortunate incident of a structure fire. And also the potential of a wildfire that then could turn into multiple structure fires. So the fire marshal in this letter, as well as earlier correspondence, did point out that in some instances that number can be reduced if you put, fire sprinklers on all the buildings. And they did not recommend that storage be reduced in this instance because the site sits in the WUI, and for them, they felt like it was important to have that amount of storage. So again, the big takeaway here: there's no hydrants, there's no storage. It's located in the WUI. The mobile homes are close to each other. They each have individual propane tanks, and the system that Joe's about to explain for you here in a moment is designed to meet the requirements of the International Fire Code as it was described and requested by Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue.
So do your calcs then include you're going to sprinkler the new buildings? So in other words,
They are dry.
Okay.
Yep.
the new buildings?
Mhm.
So Roaring Fork Rural Fire is allowing you to, how many square feet are the new buildings?
They are,
It's
wow,
on a different slide.
mixed between, wait for it. Sorry, I wish.
Oh, it's not on there.
It's actually, it's not on there. Anywhere between, I think for the 2-bed, 1-bath is in the around 1,000 square feet. The bigger single family 3 beds are in the 1,800 to 2,000 square feet ish.
Zero of the development's going to be sprinkler?
And then the quads are the smaller units, and I don't remember the exact cluster in there, but the biggest fourplex is 3,800 square feet for 4 units combined.
And again, Roaring Fork Rural is going to let you build a 3,800 square foot building without sprinklers?
Kevin, I don't remember if they put that in the letter or not. They said if we did sprinkler them, they wouldn't reduce the volume of water storage for
Doesn't answer the question.
Yeah.
It's not in it's definitely not in the letter. They're not requiring one way or the other. They're just saying that for storage requirements, even if we did, that they
Yeah.
wouldn't decrease the storage requirements.
I mean, in the code today, we have Roaring Fork Rural is requiring sprinkler of buildings of 5,000 square feet of greater, or if they're difficult to get to. So, and I would say between the WUI and difficult to get to, you would check the box on both. So I'd be surprised if you didn't sprinkler new construction.
We'll confirm at the design review next week. Yeah. Sorry, we don't have a ready answer, Jeffrey.
Yeah, apologies. We are at 50% design on new construction and the staff have not gotten eyes since it got to 50 about 2 weeks ago. So we have that meeting next week and we'll pay attention.
So you.
All right, next slide.
I like the tag team thing.
Is it working? Okay, thanks, Francie. So yeah, top of the page obviously is the storage tank we were talking about, distributed and looped. You can see, per the previous water treatment slide, the distributed domestic and fire water loop that go throughout the whole campus. The smaller green dots are the new hydrants for existing residences and new hydrants for new proposed residents and obviously the water treatment facility. So that is the big picture, guys. There's fire water and domestic water served via gravity from a massive tank on the top of the hill. And that redundancy that Kevin mentioned earlier is the fact that it would take a long time to draw that down with gravity in the event that there was redundant pump failure to get up there. So that's a big picture.
Francie?
So this storage tank is for access by the fire service people, by the fire department.
They'll never have to access the storage tank. They're point of connection at the hydrants.
Right, but I mean, they're the ones who would use it. It's not like somebody who lives there can like turn it on somehow, and has to be the fire department.
And yeah, that's going to be mechanical infrastructure for the campus itself, right? So it will be filled via the wells. It'll be pumped up the hill and be storage, and that will just be let's just call it a park maintenance, task, right? Every once in a while, you'll have to look at it, inspect it, do the things.
I think if we go back to the previous slide,
Yep.
So 25% of the water that's being stored here is for domestic use, about 70,000 gallons of it. 75% of the water being stored in the tank is for fire suppression, 210,000 gallons, for that total of 280,000 gallons. So it's not as if residents are using that water. So that is the supply for the entire, both the existing as well as the new affordable housing.
And then there's like a governor in there that it can't go below the requirement for that has to stay there for fire suppression.
Yeah, it's effectively a float, but it's a fancier float that it will fill to
Great.
capacity. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Anything? Did you have anything else on that one?
Not on that one.
Okay.
No, unless there were any questions. I know.
So we're moving on to wastewater, and talking about wastewater. So on the deferred maintenance side of wastewater treatment, currently the mobile home park has 4 separate septic systems. All of them are old, and all of them are in some state of disrepair. This type of wastewater treatment system or combined systems would not be permitted today for the number of homes that are being serviced by the systems. They would require, even if it was just for the existing mobile homes, requirements would require us to do something different. And so we've got 2 different septic systems that you can see on this map there on the right-hand side, that are for the hillside portion of the park, and those are the 2 leach fields you can see that are kind of towards the north or to the top of the diagram there, and and septic tanks that are spread out across the park. Then there's one other septic that is for the Riverview side of the park, and you can see where that septic tank sits is just barely off the river to the west there, and then there's one additional one for the ranch house. So that's the current system. And with that, 2 of the 4 septic systems were never permitted. So they just came before that process and they were never permitted. And then tests of these septic systems, of all of them, have shown that septic tank levels fluctuate with the river levels, some of them, which it shows that they fluctuate with that. It also shows that they're within the floodplain. And they were placed in areas with shallow groundwater, again, that proximity to the floodplain and the river. And because of these conditions, it's not something that would be permitted today to be placed in those locations. So I bring that up because it would be, there's been questions along the way in my short tenure with this project of, well, what if we just tried to fix some of the things that were there so we could, continue to provide better service to the whole community, but to the mobile home park. The challenge is the location of the existing things. You would have to relocate, and there was an analysis done of what if you wanted to serve the existing, and the county would actually have to buy new property to meet all the new restraints on size and location away from wells and away from each other. We would actually have to buy new property further down to the south to be able to fit everything in. And we'd have to put in a pump to pump effluent up to one of these new leach fields. And that's if we were to be permitted to do that. So I just wanted to kind of talk through that. That's some of the challenge. The other biggest challenge with the current system is that we have about 1,350 linear feet of septic pipes, and the vast majority of those are old pipes that when they break, like, you can't just go in, dig it up a little bit, and fix that little break. You got to go all the way back to some other connection because they're so brittle and they're falling apart to where you can't just like do a normal fix on them. And so basically what it comes down to is that all of the professional consultants that we've talked to have said, you can't fix the thing you shouldn't try to fix the thing you have, and that because of all the new requirements, you need to do a package plant system. And Joe's gonna talk about what that is and how that fixes this deferred maintenance issue.
So you said 2 of these systems fluctuate with the water table?
Correct.
Like they're down, that's a Riverview, I assume?
Ranch house.
And then like in periods of high water, they're also experiencing high levels.
Correct.
And
yes.
Does that result in, that sounds like it would then lead to discharge that's not something that should ever be approved, or is that how that would work?
It has the potential to then, if you're getting water coming in, there's potential for water to go out.
Yeah.
I think that answers
I was just wanted to make sure those were connected as I thought.
Yeah.
All right, next slide. I did follow up with the engineers because I'm not an engineer, and all the new units will be sprinklered, Jeffrey, and that 1750 is part of the fire flow calculations.
100% of the new development is sprinklered?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So did a similar side-by-side here, guys. Little rendering, again, neutral colors is going to blend in. This is very similar in, let's just say, community capacity and redundancy as the water treatment. So it's again, robust, simple system, has 2 settling and equalization tanks. It has 2 fixed film, we don't want to call this a BioClear unit, but it's a fixed film biological treatment units. It has 2 parallel UV treatment systems, and then obviously the lift station to effluent. So yeah, again, simple, redundant, and very good capacity for a community level wastewater treatment system.
What's the capacity?
Total capacity for settling, I'd have to look at gallons really quick. I'll come back to that one, Greg, when we go through the other slides, but I'll tell you.
Just the question is it right-sized for this number of homes?
Yes. Yeah. It is, appropriately sized with a margin of error or a capacity for potential increase or high flows.
Which, that'd be interesting to know what that means. Is that double or triple or?
According to the engineers, it's about a 20%.
20%.
Buffer. It's really just a buffer built in.
Great, thanks.
Engineers do love buffers.
Right.
They do.
So does this system then feed into septic lines, or does it not have that kind of system at all?
Effluent goes to the river after it's treated,
I see.
disinfected and treated. Yeah.
So that outflow on the right goes to the river? Is that
That's
where we
interesting.
are?
Yes, sir. It's actually very common. Most municipal systems, effluent goes back into river, creek,
Carbondale.
stream.
They've cleaned it that much.
Yep, exactly.
And
Carbondale does it with a lot of water.
yeah. I guess the one thing that we didn't point out with this is that through the project, it also replaces all of those old septic lines that are currently serving the community. It also replaces all of the existing water lines that serve the existing community. So everybody gets new water and new septic lines going through the community.
Yeah, there's no reuse of existing sanitary or domestic service. So.
I think we're ready. Thanks. So this next one, we're going to be talking about debris flow. So it may seem weird to think about this as a deferred maintenance item, but it is something that has been brought up since the very beginning of this project as a need. And so what we have up here, as you can see, if you're able to read the text on the map, which you probably can't, is that there's 3 different drainages that provide that are catchment basins. So we have the north basin there, we have a middle basin, and we have the south basin. So the south basin is really small, and it's away from any existing or future, construction or any development. And so we're not talking about the south basin, and it's kind of just been identified because it's barely on the property. So really today we're talking about both the north basin and the middle basin drainage there. So the north has the most impact to the current mobile home park, and the middle has impacts to Lower River Road and the new development if it's approved. And the text to the right there, if brought back to just like one sentence, basically says that back in 2008 there was an event where mud flow came down. It came onto Lower River Road and put about 2 feet of mud flow over top on the road. And so that's the last known event, I believe, that the consultants found, but really in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't that long ago. So it is something that could happen. So again, our what happens here, the geologic consultants, Tetra Tech in this example, have used powerful computer models basically to take the debris flow behavior in both a 25-year event and a 100-year event, which is kind of industry standard. And they've done modeling for both a mitigated and an unmitigated condition. I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about the unmitigated and what the potential impacts are. So based on that modeling that they've done, the North Basin again is the largest. It has the most catchment. So even though it looks pretty narrow and the Middle Basin kind of spreads out and has more of an alluvial fan look to it, the North Basin has a larger catchment basin above it. And so if in the 25-year event unmitigated, they're predicting is that you would see up to 7 structures that could be impacted, 7 existing structures, and they would be impacted by somewhere between 1/2 foot to 3 foot of mud flow. For the 1-year event, only one structure would be, or for the 100-year event, sorry, only one structure would be impacted, and that was with a mud flow depth of 1/2 foot. My assumption being, after reading it and trying to understand it, is that a larger event, and that actually moves through a little bit more quickly, and there's more water to help it move through more quickly, which seems at first a little counterintuitive, but it was shown on both of the models to be this similar. So the 100-year event actually has a little less potential for impact. On the Middle Basin, the flows are a lot shallower because it has a smaller catchment area, but they spread widely. So I mean, if you just look at the picture there, you can see what it's done in the past. It kind of spreads out and it goes into those agricultural fields, and basically, the results show that for that one, it was about 1/2 foot as well that might make it to River Road, Lower River Road, unmitigated. So in the 25-year event. And so the big takeaways for debris flow are that the professional opinion there is that the county should strongly consider doing mitigation work in the North Basin, even if this project isn't approved, the bigger part of the project. And we do that for the 7 structures that are in that area. Without mitigation, there's exposure to the existing mobile home park. There would be existing exposure to the new housing if developed and approved, and also to water access and the wastewater treatment facility. And so then really here the decision point is, and Joe's going to tell you about what it looks like if it's a little bit about what the mitigation would look like, but is to try to use engineering to manage the hazard, or to kind of allow for an uncontrolled hazard. Those are really the decision points.
Yeah. Next slide, Ashley. Yeah, so fixing the debris flow concern, I think, maybe Ted, I think you had some questions about what this infrastructure looks like. And we addressed it briefly in the first reading, but it's effectively reshaping the earth in a systematic and improved way, just think grading, to improve and encourage the mud flow to go a different direction or go a same direction and disperse quicker, sooner. That's what this looks like. So there's no concrete catchments, there's no basins, there's no riprap. It is just being addressed with grading, period. I think another question that came up was just the size, because when you look at the plan, it looks like this awful scar in the earth, and it's 60.5 feet wide at the narrow, which goes all the way down, and it's about 110 feet wide at the bottom. And the full run of that whole improved middle basin is slightly over 700 feet. So feels like a lot, but it's really improving the existing area where the debris already flows to encourage it to stay away from all critical infrastructure, structures, and homes. So, and that applies to the north as well.
For the various sites.
Mhm.
Yeah, so no big avalanche retaining wall kind of thing. It's just
Nothing.
earth moving and
Yep,
grading.
exactly. And then the finale of that is going to be native reseed, regrowth. Put it back,
Okay.
in one season, hypothetically, it's going to look pretty dang close to what it did.
And just to point out, if you look at the picture that's on the slide there, and that's the middle catchment basin. Or it's not the catchment basin. It's kind of the fan. But you can already see the different colors in the vegetation there. And so, again, like this is expanding that, but it's not creating something entirely new. It's already somewhat existing there. All right. Any questions on that for Joe? Okay, so we're at number 5 now. And this is access and road improvements. This is the 5th area of deferred maintenance. And so for this one here, we've just got a few pictures of the existing road conditions at the mobile home park. So you can see there where some of the crossings are. And the access points into or onto Lower River Road, and also onto the Rio Grande Trail there. The deferred maintenance takeaways for this are that currently there's dusty gravel roads. Some of us live on similar dusty gravel roads, and it is a thing. But you've got a lot of, you've got on the hillside portion 25 occupied mobile homes that are pretty close to each other, sharing those gravel roads. And in Joe will explain it more, but the end result of the project is that they would then have paved roads through the park. So you'd be mitigating all that dust. You'd be mitigating the normal annual road maintenance requirements and those kinds of things. Yes, you'd have other requirements in the future, but there wouldn't be an annual need to go through there like that. And so one other opportunity that we have with this, RAFTA is currently talking about wanting to make some improvements at the bus stop there, as far as safety for both them and for pedestrians and others around there. And so we've Joe, myself, others have already started to work with RAFTA. It's not specifically part of the project as we see it today, but it's easily brought into the project and something that we can work with them on to try to find a solution that basically doesn't require a bus, a large vehicle with limited visibility to back up in, right in a neighborhood. So they're trying to figure out if there's a way to do a turnaround there. And so we're working with them and looking into that, what the possibilities might be there.
Yeah. Next, I think it's worth mentioning too, the fugitive dust. Low River Road's beautiful now. County just redid it, and anytime you drive in and out, you're just tracking fugitive dust all the way across there from the lower and from the upper. So the big improvement, guys, is obviously we are going to distribute utilities through existing roadways to serve existing residences and then the proposed future houses. And after we tear it up, we're going to regrade it in a very informed way, and we are going to asphalt pave the entire campus, so new and existing. The other thing that's worth celebrating is there is going to be a new access, I guess, from the south side across the southernmost units to access not only those, but then the uphill proposed new development. It's got an appropriate hammerhead. It's got appropriate visibility. Every time I go to that park, it's a struggle to get out. Not get in, just sneak in, but there isn't a good line of sight entering or exiting either one of those. So having an appropriate access is just going to be a huge advantage for the existing and for the new residences. I then think snow removal, maintenance. Ashley and I were joking before this. We should have thrown some pictures of Hiram, like with a shovel, filling in potholes in every mud season. And I mean, it's going to be a huge, reduction in maintenance lift for the whole park.
We have a cost on that, just cost. Is it
For asphalt?
a line item for the road improvement?
Yeah,
from
the
gravel
asphalt
to
paving for the campus in totality, this is just the asphalt, not the prep and the grading, was like $430,000.
And then add curbs and all the other stuff to that.
Yeah, there will be flush curbs and curbs in the new. It will be a neat form on the existing park.
And who's responsible for maintaining those roads in the future?
I guess it'll be the county, right?
They're private roads, so it'd be
Yeah.
the mobile home park.
Yeah, or what's the?
I think that's yet to be determined in future discussion that we will be having, is what does management of the mobile home park, the new affordable housing, what does that look like? And so yet to be determined exactly how that works. But yes, it's not placed on, say, road and bridge or anything like that. It would be something that the board has discretion on.
Okay, thanks.
So for Joe or Kevin, why pave roads? Why not just meet a QCC and call it a day?
Sorry, QCC?
AQC. So what? Colorado AQCC, air quality. Why not just have a fugitive control plan for the park and call it a day? Why actually improve the roads? Like we live in rural Colorado and everyone wants to put asphalt down, so we want to give you diesel. Now we want to give you asphalt. It doesn't seem very green of us.
Yeah. I guess
I'm confused. Like this is not a health safety issue if you meet the AQCC plan.
Right. Yeah.
It's
I don't know the
design
answer to that. Ashley, do
consideration.
you know why we elect to
should look at.
No, I mean, we're certainly, if you want to leave the existing mobile home park to that standard, I think we can look into it. I guess the question for Joe is with the new build, I don't know if when the construction is going up that hill and whatnot, if that requires pavement to be able to go up there. So then we maybe are paving part of the parcel and not the other. I don't, with something we can look into.
Then you're installing guardrails, then you're,
Something we can look
it doesn't
into.
end.
Yeah.
And then you're doing curb cuts, and then you're doing sewer grading. I mean, it just seems like
where it's
everything else
going.
before this seemed like health safety. This seems like just spending money.
I'd like to speak to that a
Please.
little bit, because I live on a dirt road and we only have 7 residences that use that dirt road. And it's trashed a lot of the time. I mean, it is corduroy and huge holes. And so fortunately, one of the people who lives up there happens to have an excavation company, so he can fix it. And, but it requires a lot of maintenance. And, I do think that even though asphalt roads require some maintenance too, and they use all kinds of oil products and stuff, it's much less maintenance. So when you're thinking about maintaining a dirt road with, I don't know, 70 people accessing that road, or even just in the trailer park, you're going to have a lot of maintenance. And I've driven on that road, and it's needs maintenance now. And so I would say that the cost and the environmental cost of maintaining a dirt road could equal the environmental cost of laying asphalt, is what I'm saying. You'd have to have
Let's snow melt
equipment
it
in
too. Let's
What?
snow melt it. We could be just like snowmass.
No,
What do you mean, be just like snowmelt?
Sorry, that was my being funny.
Yeah,
Patty
we had
and
a
Greg.
long discussion over dirt versus non-dirt when we did Elk Creek Road. Went on for years. And it came down to the maintenance, and then you have to use mag chloride because of dust control, or you have to have water, and you have to use water, which we don't have a lot of water for. So we need to look at all the points. what are we doing to preserve the environment? What are we doing to damage it? And how do we come up with the best solution?
The
And
water
I don't think
use.
I'm hoping you're exaggerating. Now we're gonna have guardrails, and we're gonna have signals, and we're gonna have safe passages, and we're gonna have underpasses, and no, I think we can keep it basic and fundamental, as rural as possible, but still look at public safety, environmental health, human health, and what's in the best interest of long-term.
Craig?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a valuable conversation, and I'm kind of wondering what the residents actually feel about it, because we have a lot of conjecture and assumptions here about things. So I'll share my personal anecdote. Is I live on a road that we have to repave every certain number of years, and for 5 homes, that's $60,000, say every 5 years or so. We'd have to pay for it ourselves. It's a huge hit. So the maintenance of the paved road doesn't free you from maintenance. It just creates another cycle where you have to repave it or reseal it or whatever. So yes, it's smoother than a gravel road. And the gravel road does get washboarded. I remember maintaining those as well. So the concern is, though, what really is necessary there? And it occurs to me that if we're adding 40 units, we're probably creating a 70 person, or 70 complex unit that will probably necessitate a paved road. What I'm going to infer from the people living there now is that they don't see that as a problem they would spend money on. But I don't know that. But if we haven't asked them, I feel shame on us. If we haven't actually asked the neighbors what they think it needs, how much dust problems do you all have down there, and has anybody complained about it?
Patty?
Wait.
I didn't mean to ask the room. I'm sorry. This is not a
Patty.
two-way conversation.
Patty?
Yeah, we're not at that point yet. You guys, we're getting so far. Now we're going to be talking about what color we're going to paint the trim on the new housing. And I know this is a great discussion, I think it is, but we are now looking at the location and extent review. And I think we're getting in a little deep. I think these are good points to come back to us. We have a long way to go as far as, are we going to pave, we're going to use gravel, we're going to use mag chlor, we're going to use water. What's the air quality issue? Jeffrey, whatever that acronym you used about dust particulate, is it nanoparticles or PM10 or PM2.5? I think those are conversations we are going to be having as we move forward, if we choose to move forward today with the location and extent. Just trying to, I know I'm not the chairman, but we are getting a little off track and a little deep, but I think these are good points to bring back for those kind of discussions.
Good point, Patty.
Further comments about road access and road conditions?
Thank you.
As per the slide?
No.
Seeing none, please keep going.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kevin and Joe. Kevin and Joe just walked through 5 areas of deferred maintenance. I'm going to talk a little bit about the budget. You all have seen this before. This is the total budget cost for all 5 areas that we just discussed. It totals just under 18 million. I want to cover what's in here and what's not in here. So this covers all the costs for the water treatment system, including the piping to existing homes, as well as to what I believe you call the T to new homes. It includes the wastewater package plant, as well as the replacement of all the piping, those things. The debris flow mitigation at both the north and the middle debris flow, the fire installation of the fire hydrants, the piping up to the storage tank, and then the access, which it sounds like we'll revisit at another time. That's across parcels 1 and 2. We don't have that map available today, which we should probably grab to show in a little bit, but that's across parcels 1 and 2. And then what I want to make sure you know is what this doesn't cover is it doesn't cover day-to-day park operations. So we pay for the operation of Phillips Mobile Home Park through the general fund. So that includes any maintenance or retaining wall repairs or anything like that, as well as the cost of our property manager and any other specialists or contractors or anybody we have on site, including water repairs to wastewater systems and water systems currently. So that's in a separate budget. This is budgeted across the affordable housing property tax, and then the other part is budgeted through the employee housing impact fee. The part of this was budgeted in 2026. The rest of it is budgeted in 2027. So you'll see this again when we talk about the 2027 budget, or was projected in the 5-year plan for 2027. You've seen this before. The reason I wanted to talk about it is because there's 2 separate budgets that have been part of this conversation. So there's the cost to do all the things we just talked about. And then there's the cost to operate it, a monthly cost. These are estimates, that's all they are. So the estimate for operating the systems we just talked about, including maintaining the property, like we do have some road maintenance in there and things like that. The total operating cost is estimated to be $43,000 a month. When you add additional homes, that goes up to $47,000 a month. I said this last time, this is purely a division exercise. When you take 43,000 and you divide it by 36 units, you get 1,200 a month. When you take 47,000, you divide it by 73 units, you get the green on the right, which is per bedroom, and per number of those bedrooms. So we did this math, the county did this math long before I joined the county, and we continue to do it, which is why we're suggesting adding 40 additional housing units. This is not what the county has agreed to pass on to tenants. This is purely a division exercise of, in theory, if we passed on the full cost to tenants, this is what it would be. The Board of County Commissioners has not had a conversation yet, as you know, as to what rents might be, what utilities might be, what we might subsidize, what tenants might take on, what the incremental increases would be. We've had none of those conversations. So I know a lot of the tenants are really frustrated because there's been lots of numbers thrown out. People are afraid of numbers going up overnight, not knowing what their rent will be or what their utility costs will be. This is not telling them what it's going to be, and unfortunately that's still a conversation that needs to come with the board. This is just an exercise that led to the county's decision to plan for the addition of 40 units. So that's why I share it, because you can see when you add more units, when you share your costs with your neighbors, your individual costs go down. Any questions on some budget before I jump into the vertical constructor?
Yeah, I'm just, looking at some of the numbers. Yeah, they're high, they're scary looking, but it's valley-wide, it's statewide, it's national, how costs of housing have gone through the roof. Sometimes it's justified, sometimes it's not. It's pretty scary out there, what people are having to pay. And we have, I think, since the beginning of this project way back, the Board of Commissioners has always kept in mind the affordability. But with costs going up for construction and for maintenance and for everything, it's really a difficult prospect of how we're gonna keep it affordable and keep it funded at the same time. So I agree that this is a conversation we have not really had in depth, because we've kind of been waiting to move things along so we have more concrete in front of us to look at where we're going to be at the end of the day. So, and you're right, these are just numbers. It's an effort in division. What did you call it? An exercise in division. So, and I think, I know it's scary to look at for residents there, but, and just thinking about what it's costing people in the valley and beyond, it's scary.
I think there's further questions from the table, which is this inclusive of everything? What is not included in the numbers that you're showing in front of us?
This budget is
No.
Oh,
So
this one.
from a homeowner standpoint, this is a homeowner slide.
This is
The
not
question from the
inclusive,
table was
yeah.
what's included in these numbers? Does this not include waste? Does this not include water? Does this not,
This
what
does not
utilities are
include
included?
lot rent. So if people have a mortgage on the side, and this does not include what the county charges people to have their mobile home on county property. So that's the space rent or the lot rent. This is what we cover right now. So right now we charge $430 a month for those who are in a mobile home. It's slightly more for those who are in a cabin. And then we currently cover, on the county side, all of the operations of the wastewater and the water treatment facility. So what's not included is the lot rent and any mortgage or other things that people might have on the side. What we've estimated into here, and I'd welcome additions, is kind of like a monthly HOA upkeep of the property, as well as the operation of the wastewater treatment facility and the water treatment facility. Kevin, you've been in this most recently. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I would say the other thing that this doesn't cost is cover is any recouping of other additional costs that the county has already put into the property, say the cost of acquisition and or the cost of the infrastructure development. So this is covering the operating costs once all those other things are in place. That's what this slide is showing.
Of the horizontal. Doesn't include electric access or anything like that.
No.
Tenants
it would
currently pay for their own electricity.
They pay their own electric.
Yes.
And Ashley, we did calculate a fraction of this is a reserve, a capital reserve for those, to your point.
So operations, maintenance, and reserve is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions before we move on?
Thank you.
I did have the parcel map in 35.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so that was just a brief interlude between talking about what we've been calling the horizontal development, which is all addressing the 5 areas of deferred maintenance, moving now into vertical development. This is a map that I apologize we didn't have earlier. This is the existing mobile home park, I believe with correct numbers last time we looked, and all the mobile homes where they currently live. This is the hand-drawn map that we had at the beginning. We use on a daily basis because that's what we inherited from Hiram. But this is actually a proper map of where everything is located right now. When you overlay the new 40 units, that's what it looks like with the two combined together. So you can see the upper units they all kind of twine together when you look at that. So if we zoom in on the new development, that's just what you saw, but zoomed in there. We're talking about 40 units, garages, living space, 100 total beds. We've talked about a unit mix before, but we've got 1 bed, 1 bath, all the way up to 4 bedroom, 3 bath units. And then when the 40 units are all in, if you added the 33 occupied existing mobile homes, that's how you get to the 73 total units on the property.
Can you show us the map again?
Yeah, sorry, I just kind of.
I wanted to see the relocation paths from the riverside.
So, as we've talked about before, not immediately, but we know that the county needs to address the fact that we have 8 occupied homes on the riverside. So that's on the opposite side of the river from all the other development. Being that that's in a floodplain and that aging infrastructure is aging, and we cannot get permits to replace that. We know that, and we've known this for a while, that we do need to relocate the 8 individuals that are there. So currently, there's a checkered, it's just a rectangular box because we have not built it out. We need to have lots and lots of conversations with individuals living on the riverside. Those need to be one-on-one conversations. Everybody's in a very different situation. Understand, what options the county can offer, who wants to take advantage of which options, and then that will lead to, what we actually put there to make sure that it's a high quality of life and meets the needs of the different residents. That's work that hasn't begun yet, because frankly, if you all say no to L&E, then we need to really rethink the relocation. Like, again, I kind of think I said this last time, but Phillips is a sequence of many, many decisions, and it's really frustrating, I know, for the board and staff and the public that we don't have the answers to all the questions at the same time, but some of the decisions just have to come before the other ones. So I apologize, I don't have more information about relocation today. That is one of the very next kind of steps, if, depending on how today goes. So that's the bedrooms. We had a question last time about parking. So the tiny little red arrows represent the parking. We have 35 surface parking spots and 52 garages. So that's the answer to that. And then you've seen these pictures before, but what I do want to call out is we've been having a number of conversations with partners in the community who may be interested in helping fund or being funding partners in building the new housing. They're coming to the table because they're seeing a product and a community that they think would really be a great complement to what's already going up. This is not as high density as some of the other housing stuff that's in process right now. It provides storage, it provides parking, it provides ample space. We've heard from a number of folks saying we could see our managers, we could see our directors, our CEOs, we can see families living here. This can be a long-term community where people can grow. And it's a great complement to some of the other stuff that's going up. The last kind of development of this type that we saw in the Upper Valley, I believe, was Coffee Place up in Snowmass. If you drive by those right when you're entering Snowmass, they had over 200 applicants for, I want to say 16 homes or something. Very similar look and feel. There's not much else like it out right now. You're seeing a lot of high density, studios and 1 bedrooms out there right now. So that's what we've heard from our partners that I just wanted to pass along. You all have seen the architectural character, so I won't bore you with that. This is an updated view from Highway 82. You can see right up here is the gray water storage tank. You can see the revegetation here from the debris flow. Some new houses over here. This is with vegetation, so of course when the leaves are gone in the winter it will look different. But just to give you kind of that overall view from the highway. I think that's it on vertical, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Regarding the communication with the tenants, you've explained that because it's a work in progress, we don't have all the answers. But how are we doing since our last meeting regarding resident outreach? Do the tenants understand what our obligations are to them and what their rights are as tenants and what our rights are as a landlord and a property owner? Is that understood? Do the people on the riverside understand the future of the river property? Because what I heard you say and what we've said all along is these places are going to go away. And I'm not sure if they've heard it completely, but that's as I understand it, they're going away. So prepare for that if you haven't, because I think that's the reality. But I want to make sure we're communicating that clearly, and if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. The next question was, after River, was do we have any plan in place to look out for the current tenants over there that will be relocated? Or do they get a first option to rent or whatever it's going to be? Are they in a queue and do they understand that? Or have we articulated anything to them? And then what's reasonable? Because we can't give it to them. We can't subsidize it forever. This is a really complicated situation, and I'm worried that there's a feeling of, one, entitlement to things that they may not be entitled to, and there may be, concerns. We've probably put off having some conversations too long, and I'd love to know that since the last meeting where these questions came up before, some outreach has been done or something has been done to communicate with the people living there. Sorry, we can't get back and forth here, but that's, I thought was pretty important at the last meeting. It's important to me now, because I'm grasping at every possible, and I appreciate the hard work done and the quality of the design and the thought that's gone into what we're doing here is amazing. Despite all my misgivings about it, you guys have done a great job. But I'm wondering if there's still a disconnect that we could try to solve before we go forward anymore.
So I think we'll address a lot of that when we get to the findings section, and we'll look to Rye to lead some of that of what we can say publicly about what the state law requires. And then unfortunately we need to have some pretty in-depth conversations with the board about what you all want to require offer, if anything, above what the minimum requirement is. There's a minimum requirement from the state, which Rye can tell you about, and we need to have conversations with you all on what do you want to offer on top of that, just like you were talking about. So To your question, Greg, we have not had conversations with the tenants in the last 2 weeks. That didn't feel appropriate given that we're in the middle of a location extent review and we can only put in really some of the findings. And secondly, this is a one-on-one conversation with the eight families that live there because everybody's going to be in a different situation. So we have had a number of conversations with those 8 folks over the last couple of months. I had one yesterday with some people. Every situation is going to be different. I will say, Kevin watched every single Phillips board meeting that you all have had since 2016. I don't know how he did it.
Brain damage.
You all have talked about Riverside needing to relocate from the very beginning, and we include a notice as an addendum to everybody's lease on Riverside, and we have for at least the last 4 years. So I apologize if I know that it's not clear on what is happening or what people's options will be, but I hope it is clear that it is not staying this way forever. Again, there's also no timeline, and that's what I continue to tell folks who reach out is the water system is different. So when we do the stuff on Hillside, it doesn't impact the water system and the wastewater system on Riverside. So we can move at a separate timeline in addressing, what does the board want to offer? What does each individual situation, need, and what do people really want? Which really needs to be, a process that we enter into intentionally with the board, with board direction. Staff hasn't really gotten that direction from you quite yet.
I want to extend that to the entire population there too, not just the Riverside people, but I know some of these questions apply to, they may have the similar situation or questions. Not quite the same as Riverside because they're not certain they're going to be moved, but there's a likelihood in some cases. And I don't know. So
to be clear, there's only one home on Hillside, and we've been in conversations with those families that will be impacted. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions or clarifications, Patty?
I just want to point out that, I know, right, you're going to go through it, but finding number 7 does address an ongoing plan with the Riverside folks. And I think we added that after our meeting 2 weeks ago to address the concerns that we heard. And I want to thank you guys for doing so. And Jeffrey, you were pretty instrumental in helping to outline these findings. But Rye's gonna, I think, get in a little bit deeper as to the requirements, that things we're required to do by state law and things that, all that legal stuff.
All that legal stuff. I think, are you still planning on talking about relocation plans and things like that?
Today,
Yes.
we have the findings, so we were thinking we would talk
Do you
about
want
it
to go
during
through that before
Yeah.
and then I can address any questions that might come up from the board later, so.
Yeah. Do you want to take it, Kara?
So, my arm's not as quick as you are. So, as Ashley alluded to, so I'm going to walk through based on the board discussion. At first reading, we added 7 findings. 6 were discussed at the meeting. We added a 7th, so I'll walk through those. But before I do, I want to just kind of be clear, I think, from some of this conversation for the board and for the public of what approval of the L&E override means today and what are still decisions and directions and communications to move forward. And so, yes, you're approving basically the horizontal, the ability to move forward with those permits, and the 50% and grading for the new housing. What still are decisions and discussions amongst the board is the governance of the management and operations, as Kevin talked about. What is the ultimate subsidy from the county, from that cost, the simple division that Ashley presented. Parcels 3 and 4, I think we can resolve perhaps through the findings that I'll walk through. Again, we'll be coming through with the funding stack and partnerships for new housing, and then plan and timeline for Riverside units. I think what I would also add is, based on this conversation today too, which isn't up here, is obviously as we're moving forward through the actual project, there will still be continued updates, and we can come back on other questions that the board raised today, whether it be on the sprinklers, the diesel, the dirt road. Those are all options that we can continue to come back to the board with further information and discussion on. So, moving through the findings. Oh, I'm switching on my own, so you can go to the next one. So the first finding was presented, and I think we've revised this a little bit. So this is related to parcels 3 and 4, and this is included in the resolution that was in the packet. The BoCC finds that in connection with developing the Phillips project in pursuit to Land Use Code 161-60-70, Pitkin County should pursue a goal of maximizing open space land on the Phillips property to the greatest extent possible. To accomplish these objectives, the BoCC directs staff to explore the possibility of permanent conservation of land on parcel 3 and 4 through the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Program and Pitkin County Healthy Rivers and Streams. So finding number 2, the BoCC finds that the Phillips project preserves existing affordable housing through the construction of the infrastructure necessary to serve the existing housing on the property, as well as the new proposed development furthers the voter mandate for funding affordable and attainable housing demonstrated by voter approval of the 2024 Affordable and Workforce Housing Mill Levy ballot question, and creates much needed opportunity for affordable housing in Pitkin County. Finding number 3, cluster development. The rural character of Phillips Mobile Home Park is maintained through clustering of development. The project does not meet the definition of a utility line extension as provided by the Pitkin County Code. Finding 4, the addition of affordable employee housing units will be consistent with other Pitkin County development efforts, including but not limited to the Basalt Vista project. The Phillips project represents a reasonable amount of density on the property, provides a suitable number of employee housing units, is consistent with Pitkin County's stated goals for the Affordable and Workforce Housing Mill Levy approved by the voters in 2024, and balances Pitkin County's environmental stewardship and sustainability goals with the housing needs of the community. The combined Phillips Mobile Home Park project density is 2.62 units per acre on parcels 1 and 2. Lot rental rates, finding number 5, lot rental rates at Phillips are currently below market rates for Pitkin County as well as the Roaring Fork River Valley. Going forward, the BoCC finds that reasonable adjustments to lot rental rates to be more consistent with similar affordable housing in Pitkin County are warranted. Future increases should take into consideration the future costs of maintaining and managing the property and infrastructure. Number 6, transportation and transit. Transportation needs of the Woody Creek shuttle to the Intercept lot is an existing transit service. The development is serviced with last mile transportation, which differs from many parts of unincorporated parts of Pitkin County without last mile solutions. The BoCC should work with RAFTA to examine expansion of commuter bus services between Phillips property and the Brush Creek Park and Ride. School bus stops should also be examined in the transportation corridor. And as per the trip generation analysis, on an additional 19 vehicle trips during the weekday morning peak hour and 20 vehicle trips during the weekday afternoon peak hours are estimated to be generated from the project. The BoCC finds that the proposed development is not expected to significantly affect traffic operations at nearby intersections or along adjacent roadways. And then the last one, which was added, the BoCC directs staff to work with current residents of the Riverview portion of Phillips Mobile Home Park to understand and assess their needs and develop a relocation plan. I will turn it back over.
Craig.
Just a question, sorry, reminded me just about the water, the source of water. We've got 2 functioning wells, one at the house, the rest on the property. The one at the house is affected by water levels from the river, correct?
Oh, that's the septic.
The septic is. I thought the wells had some sort of influence with the river as well. Is that not the case? Or?
When the river's higher, they're getting more flow, yes. Yes,
Right.
but like hydraulic influence is more relevant to the septic system.
Right. My concern is about water, access to water. We're going to be storing as much as we can in a huge quantity, which I was thinking Brush Creek Village I think has a 10,000 gallon tank or 20,000. So by comparison, this is 14 times bigger. So I was just concerned about water and what are we going to have to do to make a water system that works for acquisition? Are those 2 wells as they are now acceptable, or are they going to have to be re-drilled or replumbed or something?
Yeah, we're drilling 2 new wells.
So it's 2 new wells. I thought so. I remember, and that's part of the budget that we've seen.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually got a proposal the other day.
All right. Thanks.
I would love
Any
to.
questions regarding the findings or the resolution from the board? Patty?
I would just love to hear public comment.
Yeah.
Do we feel good about the cost estimates on the horizontal? Just because we've had quite a few supplementals come towards us and a lot of unexpected things, and it's just been a topic du jour. As you look at it, we've seen it a lot. You've thought it over.
Yeah, I mean we're in a fortunate spot where we honored the procurement process through Pickens County and selected one of 3 people that gave us proposals. We've de-scoped them, went through all the potential gaps and everything else, and yes, we are comfortable now. So.
Do you have contractors lined up for this?
Yeah, we do. The contractor that was the qualified lowest bidder was Native Sun. They're a big horizontal infrastructure civil contractor that's done community-based wastewater treatment and water treatment facilities. So they're out of the Front Range, but they're actually doing additional work in Pickens County right now. Eagle County, sorry.
They're out of the Front Range?
Yes.
Additional questions regarding the findings or the resolution? Or
comment. I just want people to understand I'm going to have to leave around 5 or 5:30 for a medical appointment. I'm going to try to stretch that to 5:30, but there's a chance I'm going to have to get up and walk out of here before we're done, and I want to apologize to everyone today for that.
So at this point, seeing no additional board comments, I'm opening up for everyone in the room first. Zoom, you're second. And again, if you could direct your comments towards either the findings that we just put up on the screen or the resolution that was in today's packet. That is what the board is tasked with voting on this afternoon.
And so we have Christy, you are up first, and then Kaylee, you are on deck.
3 minutes. You know this.
My name is Christy Kiesler. I live at 1 Phillips River View. Bear with me, I'm recuperating. My name is Christy Kiesler. I live at 1 Phillips River View. Bear with me, I'm recuperating from a concussion, so I'm a little slow to the uptake. I was trying to revise my notes because some things were touched on, but I'm just going to start from where I was. Give me 1 second, hold on.
Don't forget to mention the timer.
The what? There hasn't been a lot of talk about the Riverside and its outcome until today. After my brother died in my arms, I moved up here from New Orleans almost 2 years ago with the intent to retire in his home. I was made aware of what was going on at Phillips, and it was crystal clear to me that the county wanted to make the Riverside a tourist fishing village. The focus has been on the hillside, and the Riverside conveniently left out of the conversation, in my opinion, to push through this plan. There is a reason they won't divulge the plans until the next phase has passed. As we all heard at the end of the meeting 2 weeks ago, there's no legal obligation for the county to move, compensate, buy out, or even consider or worry about the current residents, or that this new employee housing was going to be allocated for current residents. We all assumed, and we all know what assumptions do. I'm a chef, and what I excel at is problem solving. In just a few hours, I found 20 different possibilities for Phillips that don't require full teardown, and fire mitigation that can be implemented immediately, that are non-toxic and environmentally friendly. I would like to propose that today's decision be delayed and that a committee of residents, county officials, to do the due diligence, examine, and plan for the current residents what is best possible outcome for all. The fact that they are promoting diesel and not solar shows that multiple inputs are needed in this process. The devil is in the details, and the details are being pushed aside. It's not paint trim, it's our lives. This will be what's best for the residents, and it's that where the main, isn't that where the main concern should lie? With the residents, preservation, and harmony, not with the county's backroom agendas. It's about preservation, right? Also, asphalt emits toxic fumes and degrades quickly with water. I know, because that's what most of New Orleans is paved with, and it crumbles quickly and immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaylee, you're up, and then Deb, you're on deck. Am I saying that? Kaylee? Kelly? K-E, Kelly. Kelly?
Oh, okay. I actually have laryngitis.
Yours?
I don't know exactly what I'm going to say. I mean, I have some concerns.
You're more than welcome.
Do I need to press a button? Okay, Kelly Morris. I live at number 12, Phillips Hillside, and it's the first time that I've been and attended one of these meetings. It's very informative. I'd like to know which are parcels 3 and 4. I have a great deal of concern about the wildlife conservation. I was one of the people that stopped 82 from going on the Lower River roadside back in the 80s. I've lived at Phillips almost 40 years. And the impact on the roads and the traffic, and people do, and they don't live back there, and people they drive fast, and we got these little windy roads, and knowing that the animals are going to be encroached on in terms of their habitat, and also the increase in the traffic and the amount of wildlife that we have on those roads is a lot. Turkeys, elk, deer, like everything we've got back there. So I just wondered, I couldn't remember what 3 and 4 are parcels, and those are the ones slated for conservation. Can someone show those, where they are on the map?
This is just public comment, so you only speak.
Can you explain this to her?
Yeah.
Okay, but it is a public comment. I have concern for conservation. So that is a public comment, because this is all new to me to see it. So if I can't actually see what those parcels are, then I can't make even a comment. Well, that's one. If somebody could provide that, I have a great deal of concern. We've got the dark sky, which I believe it was just put in place. It's like all the lights from those homes. We've got a huge amount of hawks, eagles, that they feed on those meadows that are out there. And if we've got lights, are those streets going to have traffic lights on them? Have street lights on them, because that's going to really impact the birds of prey that we have back there. There's a lot that are all in that area. And then I think that my concerns are similar to everyone else in that as a resident, I've got an elderly neighbor, and she's concerned for her safety. She bought there to have a peaceful existence, and families and children and people running around. Like our particular area, the subdivision is, I'm looking at where they are, and they do look like they're a fair distance, but are our roads common roads where people can just kind of wander through and have right of way to our access? Will we be a gated community where we're kept separate? Those are some concerns I have. That's a lot of people for those of us who've been there and lived a long time and had that peaceful existence. And then the other question is, when this all first started, we were given a figure that was like something super reasonable to be able to buy our lots. And now it's like that seems to be completely off the table. We're looking at increased.
I'm going to need you to wrap up your comments.
Okay. Well, it just hasn't been mentioned. You know, it's just, will we continue to just be tenants with, and what I'm hearing is the increased space rent in keeping with what's considered affordable housing in the rest of the valley. You know, I mean, people are paying space rents of $1,000 a month or more. There are lots of elderly people in the valley who can't afford to live there with that. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is Deb here? No.
And if I may,
Yeah.
just as a reminder to everyone in the room that public comments are limited to 3 minutes. So thank you.
Thanks. All right, Randy and then Allie.
I'm Randy Kelly. I've lived in the Valley 51 years. I've lived at Phillips 25 years. And I taught at the Aspen Community School for 25 and the Carbondale Community School for 4, I think. So I had a whole long spiel, but I would reiterate some of the things Kelly covered. The wildlife is a big concern. I have 2 little granddaughters, and every time they come to Nana's, we're watching for the elks. Nana, oh, there's the deer. So, you know, everything she covered that. I think for me, this is a life investment. I got in very affordably, and I've put quite a bit of improvements into my home. I have a new roof. When the tree fell on it, I paid for that. I have all new plumbing under my home. And I'm glad you're going to have pipes replaced, because that's the biggest issue about water that I've experienced, is that the pipes are corroding. And poor Hiram's out there constantly digging them up. So if that's all being new pipe, that's a good thing. So, you know, I wish I'd been coming to all these meetings. I did try to attend a lot online. I'm not a good Zoomer. So a lot of things I didn't know. For example, 2 weeks ago, I thought you were adding 30. Now I hear it's 40 homes. Originally, we talked about 10 in the very beginning. And in the beginning, we had meetings, and you all did come. But I do feel like our comments, well, there wasn't really an opportunity to say what we thought. It was sort of like, here's what we have planned. And thank you for everything you've put into doing this. I mean, obviously, it's going to cost a lot of money, and I don't know if there could have been other ways to look at that, but it seems like that's where we're headed. There's a thing about condemned homes could be removed. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the criteria for condemned is. My home's 50 years old, but it's in great shape. This is my family's part of our inheritance. Would they be able to live there, or would they be able to sell the home? So those are 2 questions I have. So debris flow homes are not needing to be moved now except for 1? Okay, that's good for me. I did sort of try to get a succinct list. Tell me when the time's up and I'll stop. Can we ever do improvements on our mobile homes? There was a big stop put to that when this project started. I was all about another bedroom and a bath, or, you know, tear out the deck if I have to do it. But I think I heard that within the footprint of what we're allowed, things maybe, if they're permitted, could be done. So that's a question.
Final comments, Randy?
What's that?
You're going to wrap up your comments. Any final comments?
Okay. Concerning RAFTA and transportation, for myself, and I think I speak for many of the residents, we go down Valley, and there's no way to get there. We don't care about the intercept lot. I mean, yeah, it'd be good, but there's no bus options when you want to go to Whole Foods, City Market, the doctor, all of that stuff. Okay, thank you.
Great to see you, Randy.
Allie, you're up, and then Evan, you're on deck.
Hey guys. My name is Allie McGuire. I live at I live at 7 Phillips Riverview. My concerns are just they're going to be consistent. We're on the Riverview side. We want to make sure that we're ensured a relocation plan. Otherwise, I need to kind of know at some point, should I be looking at other APSHA units? Should I be like playing in the lottery? Because I know how this town works. I know how employee housing works, and I want to ensure myself stability. That's my main focus I'm lasering in on right now, because nothing in life is guaranteed except for change. I accept that, but I do wish, like, first and foremost, that the people that live in the hillside and the riverside, I wish that there was a plan for us first before even doing the whole big idea of everything, because the idea in itself is really, it's helpful. We need employee housing. It looks nice, it looks thought out, and I'm glad it's being well thought out by a team of people that do this for a living. But yeah, I do wish that residents were considered first and foremost, just because I think that I think things would be way less messy if we just had that answer. And I know life is just life. You never know what you're gonna get, but yeah, that's all I want. I hope that the next meetings we can start to try and talk towards a relocation plan. If not this meeting, I don't know how much longer this is gonna go today, but I was hoping for some answers. I was hoping for some clarity. Yeah, I can't think of anything else, but thank you. Thank you
Thanks,
Thanks,
good to see
Ellie.
you.
Hello. My name is Evan. Good afternoon. I'm going to kind of read off of my notes and kind of whatever. Anyway, thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys for this project. I understand the need for the infrastructure improvements. I live on the riverside. Systems age, regulations change, and our county has to make investments to ensure long-term reliability and safety. I appreciate the work that's gone into these discussions. And I wanted to speak today not only about the infrastructure, but the riverside community itself. The Phillips family has cared and owned for this land since the 1930s. This area is not simply a collection of cabins and mobile homes that appeared recently. It is a historic piece of our valley that has been stewarded for generations. Residents such as Julia and Ada, who have been in that community for 30 years, have spent a significant part of their lives along that river. As someone who moved into the riverside community, I was welcomed into a community that values the land, that values the river, and that values one another. And is one of the few places left in Pitkin County where the neighbors still look after each other. My own cabin is outside the floodplain, and I know there are questions within the community regarding permitting challenges in the future of these homes. For years, many residents have faced difficulties making improvements and obtaining certainty of what could or could not be done with their properties. I understand the state requirements and funding conditions that infrastructure needs to be addressed. However, I hope that the county will continue to explore every possible option before accepting the loss of an entire community. I also think it is important to discuss what relocation and compensation means for our residents. The financial value assigned to a small cabin may not come close to the value of the entire community, the history, and a sense of place that we would lose. So yes, thank you guys.
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, you're up, and then Deb, you're on deck.
Does it make a difference which one I sit at? My turn? Okay, thank you. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I'd like to thank the county commissioners for taking a look at this project, so to speak. $18 million just for the infrastructure. Probably going to be another $100 million to build the 40 new additional units in the steep area that it is. My question to you is, would it not be better spent to take that $100 million plus and plug it into an affordable housing project that already exists, which would be, for example, Aspen Village? There's a parcel there that's already close to infrastructure, the transit, whatever. I'm going to go legal on this right now, so I apologize because I'm going to run it through really quickly, but I need to make sure that I get this on the record. And that is in the findings that was presented today, that not all the findings reflected all of the language. Let's take, for example, the ballot language that was approved. It says prioritizing such housing in areas consistent with existing employment, services, and facilities to protect rural character. Not one person has discussed, are we building this appropriately in a rural area? This is an urban-sized development. Not one discussion has been, is this an appropriate place to build affordable housing in a rural area? Chapter 11, Pickens County Code, definition of rural area. This project does not meet that definition. You're supposed to have a low density of housing. The other thing is, in one of the findings, Land Use Code 160-370, citizens housing, it states that this part is missing in the whereases or the findings, that the policy is to encourage the development of affordable housing within established urban growth boundaries where employment, services, and facilities are typically already established. Pickens County Code of urban growth boundary. This is not within the urban growth boundary. So why are we building an urban style, a very complex, complicated, and a steep ravine area that's in rural? My biggest concern is the effects of the cars on transportation. Then, as you know, the purpose of this meeting was to talk about why you are overruling planning and zoning's denial of this application. And I would like to bring forward that what has not been addressed is the failure to conform with the master plan, with land use code, and I don't want to read the sections right now, I'll submit them, but basically failure to conform with the master plan. The planning and zoning explicitly determined that doubling the density of the site does not pass muster. It directly contradicts the Woody Creek Master Plan and the Down Valley Comprehensive Plan, which strictly forbid high-density residential expansions outside the urban growth boundary to
Please wrap
preserve
up your
the.
comments.
What was that?
Please wrap up your comments.
Okay, so my big thing is, why are we building this affordable housing project that is so complicated in a rural character, in a rural community?
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much.
Deb, you're up.
Thank you, guys. My name is Deb Bamesberger, and I've lived in my home at Phillips Hillside in Phillips Mobile Home Park since 2000. July 2nd will be 26 years. I'm concerned that increasing our space rent substantially will cause hardship for many of the tenants currently living in the park. By substantially, I mean by increasing more than a couple $100. Many are retired and living on a fixed income. I personally make enough, but should I decide to retire in 4 years, I will be living on a fixed income also, and I won't have the money to pay more. I will be almost 75 at that time. I realize other parks in the valley pay more. However, there are many of those that either must rent rooms out to make ends meet or have multiple family members live with them. Most of the tenants in Phillips are single and have one source of income. Our standard of living should not have to suffer, especially at this stage of our lives. While the road work is being done for the project, I think the county, while digging up the road, should make natural gas available to each space. We're only allowed to have 120-gallon tanks for propane, and during the months of November through April, the tanks must be filled every 3 weeks. My cost is around $400 to $500 per month to heat. The option to go all electric is absolutely out of the question for the older homes. The breaker boxes would have to be upgraded and increased to handle increase in electricity, and all the gas appliances would have to be converted. It's just not a feasible option. Regarding, let's see, I only got 3 minutes, so I know that. I'm very disheartened to learn that what we were told in the beginning when Pickens County purchased the park and came up with the first rendering of their plans, it's not happening. We were told we would have the first option to purchase the new units before anyone else had the opportunity. This is not true. We probably won't have any option to live in the new units at all. The reason so many people are upset with Pickens County moving forward with this has a lot to do with transparency and the lack of on Pickens County's behalf. I believed Pickens County when they said they were purchasing the park to preserve affordable housing. It's hard to trust when we were repeatedly lied to. I do understand Pickens County does not have the funding for this project, and that is why it is being considered to sell the units off to specific entities such as SKICO, RAFTA, the school district, hospital. Why wouldn't Pickens County keep these units for Pickens County employees? That's a huge problem in Pickens County, the commute. There are so many unanswered questions and so much anxiety among homeowners here in the park. We are a community. We are neighbors. We have lived in this neighborhood next to each other as friends, as support, there for each other for over 25 years. I'm not opposed to expanding Phillips. I do not think that the current plan is the best.
Please wrap up your comments.
Yeah. I believed when Pickens County bought the park, they bought it to preserve the affordable housing for the existing tenants. Were we wrong? Was it purchased to preserve it? I would like to believe it was. Please don't let us down.
Thank you, Deb.
That is everyone on my list in the room. Oh, come on over.
Hi, my name's Alan Jones. I'm the co-moderator of the caucus. Okay, the problem I'm having right now is I take very little comfort in that first finding. I'd like the language to be tightened considerably. Since I've been participating in the caucus, you know, there's been, and the reason I say that is since I've been participating in the caucus, we've all been talking about Phillips the whole time. And the lore that's come down to me is that this is another time around for Woody Creek, that past BoCCs have promised that the build out of affordable housing in Woody Creek is over. And I look at that, and so the big issue, besides whether or not the people can maintain their residences at Phillips, which is, I would say, co-equal with this issue, is how big will this eventually be? And those fields that are not currently planned for development, we've always been saying, oh, they're, you know, eventually, maybe not this group of people, but eventually someone's going to come and say, oh, we can put another 50 houses there, or 100 houses there, or whatever. And we feel like the caucus feels like the residents should be able to plan their lives, knowing whether or not, and their maintenance of their residence in Woody Creek, knowing whether or not there's going to be that many more houses on Lower River Road, with the accompanying traffic that'll bring. A couple other things. So I have a cement driveway on the river, and I haven't looked into it far enough. It's gonna need maintenance or replacing at some point. I haven't looked into it far enough or whatever, but I'm considering ripping it out and putting something that's permeable there, just because I know the water comes through, filters down, goes into the groundwater, and I think you should really take that into consideration when you're talking about blacktopping everything at the new development. I think that's real important. And the other thing that I wanted to say is, right now, Hiram has a footbridge over the fork, and we are anxious. So we think there'll probably be a park on the riverside. We are anxious that does not become a parking lot with a bridge for many tourists and fishermen to come over onto the Lower River Road side. So
I need you to wrap up your comments.
Okay. I think there's a real difficulty with a lot of fishermen there because it's really dangerous 3 or 4 months of the year. But we do not, we would request that you please not put a bridge over the Roaring Fork in that location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anyone else on the list.
Hello, Amber Krakowski. I honestly don't know what I'm going to say. I guess first off, I want to thank all the residents. All you guys, all your speeches. I was like, well, I really don't want to compete with that. You know, I feel like, especially today, everything has been addressed. And I think the hard thing that I'm trying to wrap my mind around is how this project is even being considered. I feel that we have tried our best to talk about all the reasons of why this project shouldn't go through. I absolutely do understand the need for upgrading of the infrastructure. You know, like, I mean, I have a 10-year-old home and my toilet's barely flush. You know, the septic out there absolutely sucks. But that doesn't mean we need to justify a huge development, displacing people. You know, we talk about the people on the riverside, but also the other elephant in the room is the people that live on the hillside, that there are rumors that there are specific trailers that will be removed immediately. And why that hasn't been addressed. I just, you know, so it's interesting. I think that when Pickett County bought the property, they quickly realized, oh, this is a money pit and we're in big trouble. Maybe we should have done our due diligence. And I feel that here we are 8 years later, facing the same, putting ourselves in a deep hole, where instead of taking the time, pausing, and doing more due diligence, potentially you're going to get caught up in a situation where it's more of a money pit. You know, like I think it was Deb that was saying, you know, how much money is going to have to be put into building of the houses. You know, again, I said at last meeting, I think, there are definites. Water treatment plant, water septic, here are the new houses, fantastic. Everything else is potentials. And for me, I would highly recommend to step back and try and create a better list of more definitive things, more definitive costs, what that looks like for the taxpayers, and what that does look for, you know, us residents. Like Deb said, like, you know, like I'm okay. I'm still of working age. I can afford the financial increase. Like, do I want to pay it? No. Do I get it? Yes. Can I afford it? Yes. There are a lot of people that can't. And I really wish that the board would take that into consideration and prioritize that over the priority of what's best for the county. It's the individual that we need to look at first. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Amber. No one online?
Michaela, are there folks online?
Excellent. So I'm going to close public comment. We have 3 minutes per person.
I have a letter from one of the other neighbors. Can I come and read it from her?
You're welcome to submit it to Sam, and she will post it to the packet. Chris's iPhone, the floor is yours.
Which Chris is this?
Chris, if you would introduce yourself and take yourself off mute, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Chris Kiley. I'm the Senior Vice President of Planning and Development for Aspen One, speaking on behalf of the company. I will open by saying 25 years ago, I was in front of this board as an applicant as we contemplated converting the Heatherbed Lodge into affordable housing for Aspen Skiing Company employees, and wrestled with the issue of converting from a septic system to a sewer system, and the costs, the impacts on residents, the impact on quality of life. We have not looked back on that challenging project since we undertook it, and undertook it with the help of the commissioners and some findings and recommendations that helped to steer us to ensure that we did mitigate the impacts on the residents. I'm here today to support this project for Phillips. I know it is difficult and challenging, having gone through not just the Heatherbed, but more than one conversion on behalf of the company. But it is the right thing to do. Failing infrastructure only gets worse over time. Now is the time to act. I believe that the staff has done a commendable job in trying to be sensitive to the impacts. The commissioners are adding some smart findings to help control the parameters of what might happen, and utilizing Phillips to create more housing so that more families can live in the valley is a logical byproduct of this investment in the community. I think that the balance will be struck between adding new residences and preserving quality of life and cost of living for the existing residents, and encourages commissioners to approve today's measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Seeing no further hands, I am closing public comment and bringing it back to the board and looking for board discussion on the resolution and the findings. Patty?
Can I ask, I don't think we gave Rye a chance to do the legal things about what we're required to do by state law or what we're not. Are you gonna talk
Happy,
about
well,
that? Is that
happy
okay?
to help out with that. And the board can ask me questions if you want along the way. It's a challenging subject because, as staff has already represented to the board, you need to evaluate sort of each unit or each circumstance on a case-by-case basis. The assumption under the state law is that there would be some kind of relocation cost in the circumstance where somebody loses their opportunity to live in Phillips. So in a circumstance where, for example, another lot was made available to somebody, that does not necessarily trigger, for example, paying somebody relocation assistance. It may warrant the board helping somebody move their mobile home from one location to the other, but the assumption that I have seen in all the Phillips conversations to date for many years, and including in the current resolution, is that nobody is going to be moved from the Phillips Mobile Home Park. Now, there may be relocation within the park, but what we're not talking about is somebody losing their ability to reside somewhere in the park. I think that is a distinction that needs to be understood from the outset. We're not talking about saying you can no longer live here, therefore we are going to help you move to another mobile home park outside of Phillips. So that is something that needs to be understood. Before I go on, does anybody have any questions about that?
So regarding finding another place in another mobile home park.
Yes.
That qualifies? Yeah, would it qualify? I'm just wondering, if we're trying to get them to, well, we're trying to help them relocate within the property, that's understood. If it's not possible, are we obligated to help them find a place outside the community?
Yes, so if we're talking about a hypothetical situation where somebody is going to be forced to leave the mobile home park, which again, I have seen no indication of that to date. But if we're talking about that, then yes, there are some requirements associated with that. One is to assist with moving or pay the cost of moving the mobile home within 100-mile distance of Phillips Mobile Home Park. Now that is if it's reasonable to do that. So a mobile home that you couldn't move, it would not be reasonable to do that. Or a mobile home that you could not legally move for whatever reason, then it would not be reasonable to do that. And then you're in a circumstance where you're looking at paying the statutory minimum as relocation costs to the individual or owner of the mobile home, or you're looking at paying a appraised value of the mobile home in place. And then again, you're looking at a very case-by-case circumstance. And I think there's a statutory minimum and an appraised value analysis that takes place for a couple of reasons. One is to try and compensate a mobile homeowner to the fairest extent possible. But the second is to, I believe, is to consider a circumstance where many mobile homes have a lower value than the statutory minimum, meaning in some circumstances they're worth negative dollars. And I'm not saying that's why it's a case-by-case analysis, but what the county has found with the units that we have taken over for various reasons is that the cost of actually either moving or taking down a mobile home far exceeds the value of the mobile home itself.
Right.
I think it's important to understand, too, that we're not talking about the property, the land. We're talking about the mobile home structure. Many of those have been significantly altered and or are in a condition that they cannot be moved. So does that help sort of cover that a little bit?
I think it's helpful for the public to understand, or the residents to understand that.
Yes, I think it is, with the understanding that I haven't, again, seen no indication that this board has, I've seen the opposite. This board has committed from the start that nobody will be relocated off of Phillips Mobile Home Park. There may be the need to move people around within the park, but we're not talking about selling the park or changing use of the entire mobile home park to some other use.
One last addition to that is the cost will inevitably increase. Who bears the burden of that cost? If somebody has to be moved from the riverside, we can offer them a place on the hillside, a new pad, but that doesn't come at the original same price that they were paying at the. I'm just thinking it's going to cost more. Who bears that cost? Is that a decision of this board, how much we're going to subsidize, or do we try to balance it?
The cost to move it, or the
cost of living
monthly?
there?
Okay,
all of a sudden, the cost is going to increase.
Sure. All right. So I'm operating under the assumption that if you're moving a mobile home park, or I'm sorry, a mobile home within parcel 1, which largely comprises of the mobile home units today, that space rent or that lease cost would be the same across all the units in the mobile home park. So if there's 36 existing units today, you would still be paying the same amount as the other 35 units
in space rent,
based
right.
on wherever
Sure.
you move. Now, that wouldn't be the case if you, for example, wanted to buy into the new development for whatever reason, because you like it more and you don't want to live here, whatever it is. I would anticipate that the cost of residing in one of the new vertical built units will exceed likely the cost of the lease for a mobile home. And that will be a decision that you can't figure out now comparing those two until vertical is built. But I think it's fair to assume that the cost of living in one of the triplexes or fourplexes or whatever it is will exceed the cost of leasing a space for a mobile home in parcel 1.
The last part would be, say you're living on the riverside and your unit is not movable. It has to be torn down and hauled to the dump.
Yep.
Landfill, whatever we call it.
Solid waste
Center. So then the tenant is given the opportunity to do what? Possibly move into the new vertical construction, possibly get a new pad on the other side, in which they would have to buy a trailer or a home to fit on that.
Those are all possibilities, I
Right.
suppose.
So their cost is going to change depending on what their options are.
Yes, so that's going to be as staff makes a recommendation to the board about what relocation looks like from the riverside to the hillside. There will be, if it's possible to move the unit, that would be one scenario. If it's not possible to move the unit, then what are we looking at? Are we looking at an offer to buy into the new development? Are we looking at an offer to buy a new mobile home and put it on an existing pad, those will all be presumably options that would be provided going forward.
You'd have the option, but there's no guaranteed price.
The only guaranteed price that I can pull from the existing law is what is the minimum amount required by the state, which is, and it's in the AIS, but it's, I think, about $8,000 for a single wide and 10 for a double. That's the sort of the minimum standard. Now, there is this appraisal analysis that is sort of a co-requirement that goes with that, but it is just that. It's an appraisal. So you start out not knowing what the value is going to be. It'll be determined by the appraisal process. So, but the minimum guarantee is what's provided by state law, and it's adjusted by CPI year over year. So if the relocation happened 5 years from now, that adjustment would take place over time.
I want to clarify, in the scenario, if the mobile home can be moved, I think that's fairly straightforward. The other scenario that you brought up, there were a couple ideas tossed around. Those are merely ideas. We have not had a meeting with this board where staff has presented all the different options and you all have decided what options you're going to offer, nor have we met with residents to even compile all the options. So you threw out a couple. I think there's some other ones. They may look different than what they were thrown out. I just don't want anyone to take what you said today to the bank on those are the only options or those are exactly what it looks like. I think Rye's just laying out the minimum required by state statute.
Yeah, there's a lot of hypothetical scenarios that could help people in the event that the unit they're in now is not able to be moved. Staff has explored a number of those opportunities to pursue either new units, state grants to help with that, low interest funding for purchasing new units, things like that are all available. As Ashley said, that hasn't been fully developed.
Patty?
Yeah, so clarification, trailers, mobile homes, trailers, prior to 1976, I believe is the year, cannot be moved unless they're moved within the same park. And so you'd have to have another site within the existing Phillips Trailer Court. That is also dependent upon whether or not you could move one, because most mobile homes built prior to 76 have had additions, they don't have axles anymore, they don't have wheels underneath them, they don't have a hitch, so it'd be very difficult to move. So that being said, that's another obstacle we face, and that's federal law, I believe.
Yeah,
It's
you're
not a
dealing
state
with
law.
some federal, state, and then county regulations with respect to moving the units. So you have to some extent, you have a legal impediment to moving some of the units, and then as you were just alluding to, you have a practical impediment, meaning you can't just back up a tractor trailer rig to this and pull it across the river. It'll fall apart if you do that.
Yeah, and you can't take it off the property and move it down to a new space in Aspen Village or some other place. You
Exactly.
can't.
Trucking it somewhere else
It's illegal.
is
Okay, thank you.
either illegal or practically impossible.
If it's a certain age.
Or if it's been modified to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Francie?
Yes, I just have some comments. So I've been talking about Phillips now for 5 years, since I came on this board. And we certainly have talked about extensively what it means to build more housing in a rural area. It's not like it hasn't been discussed. It's been discussed many times. And I understand the desire to not have things change in a place where you live. And I know some of you have been living there for a long time. I understand that. But when I do a little bit of math, if we do this infrastructure, which everybody wants, and we add in the purchase price that was made simply to try and help these people stay in their homes, it's $23 million, it's $24 million basically that we would be putting into the maintenance of, or the maintaining of homes for, I think it's like 30. I'm not gonna deal with the Riverside in this conversation, that's a whole nother thing. So that's a subsidy from the county, from the taxpayers in the county, from the ballot that we had pushed to support housing, of $700,000 more or less per unit. So that means that the county taxpayers are giving each of these people who, or homes, I don't know how many live in each one, but each of these homes basically a subsidy of $700,000 if we don't increase the housing at the site. So that is why we initially talked about the site. When we started looking at this and improving the infrastructure, we realized, first we thought it was 14 million, but since then it's risen to more than 17 million. We realized we can't do that for 30 homeowners. We have too many homeowners in the valley to put that much money into 30 people, as much as we would like to. So that's why we originally started talking about doing more development there, so that we could spread the costs out over more people and make it affordable. So if we charged everybody who lived there for the improvements that we have to make, you could understand that would not be affordable. It would be ridiculous to ask you to pay $700,000 to stay in your mobile home. So that's where this whole thing started. And that's where we still are today, that we have to make these improvements. We cannot continue to allow people to live with systems that are deteriorating, and the fire risk and the debris flow risk and those kinds of things. That would be irresponsible on our part. So in order to help these people stay in their homes, we tried to figure out a system that would make it more affordable for each and every one of you. And that's where we are today. We're not trying to increase density in rural areas. We're not trying to do anything that isn't in your best interest. And we're trying to figure out what to do with the Riverside. It's complicated, it's weird, and you know, I don't know what will happen with the people who live on the Riverside, but you're not going to be kicked out on the street and expected to go move to Rifle. So I just wanted to remind us of why we first talked about this, why we are. And I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, but at one time we were talking about 120 units, and we looked at the affordability if we had 120 units there, and it would be much more affordable for everybody if we did. But we went to the Woody Creek Caucus, we had listened to people and talked to people, and it seemed like 72, I think we're at now. 72 is 74? 73. That 73 is a compromise that would not make a really dense living place. I mean, over 2 acres per unit is not dense by density standards and affordable housing standards. Think of the lumberyard. You know, what's going to happen at the lumberyard in terms of density. So thanks to our incredibly hardworking staff, we have gotten to this place now where we have something that we're proposing that, no, it doesn't fit the Woody Creek master plan or the Down Valley master plan, which has not been even looked at since 1987, by the way. It doesn't conform to that because the Woody Creek master plan is very, very restrictive. And if we were to concede that, well, this doesn't fit their plan, so therefore we're not going to do this, you can see where we would be. We would be subsidizing you guys at $700,000 each. And what do you think the people at Aspen Village would say about that? Or Lazy Glen?
Or Woody Creek,
you know,
too.
or Woody Creek, or Smuggler, you know? So honestly, I don't know what else to say except that we are trying to come up with a plan that works for you all. And that's why we started this in the first place. That is the only reason we're here.
Jeffrey, can I real quick? Yeah, Francie, good points. But also to add to that, for people who would like us to pause and start over, have more meetings, Yeah, that would be great. We've been paused since 2018 when we first bought this. 2017 when we first started talking about it. And again, as Francie said, and we've commented that if we wait any longer, we're going to end up with, an issue with water quality, an issue with wildfire, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a lot more to do here. This is just a step to get us to the next step. We will continue to bring the community in and talk to you and listen to you and have you talk to us, hopefully listen to us, so we can move forward with a plan that maintains your ability to live at the Phillips Trailer Court, and that we can try and adjust affordability as best we can with all of the issues before, and the cost of doing construction these days, and the cost of living. So we're trying to take it all into consideration. And I hope people don't think that we've lied to you, because we haven't. We've tried from the beginning to be clear as to our efforts to preserve the place where you live, but there's some things we just have to do for your quality of life, your safety, your public health, etc., all of those issues. It's not easy, and it's not easy for you living there, trying to get your lives moving forward. We would love to have this done and have everybody moving forward, but we have a lot more to talk about and to consider as we move forward, hopefully together.
Further board comments regarding the resolution or the findings?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the comments. This is a compromise. I remember reading well before I arrived that there were proposals here for 120 units, and that would have been crazy, and I don't think anyone actually wants to see that. But also, just to break even to just upgrade what's there doesn't make sense financially. So we do owe some sense of fiscal responsibility to people, and that's part of why this plan is where this is the one that we're looking at. I think it's telling that we're seeing a lot of the comments from concerned residents. It's not people who are upset about the P&Z conversation. It's actually people who are concerned about housing security, and I think we can all relate to that. And I do believe that when we give assertions, and we have finding number 7 among the other findings, that we are prioritizing relocation, everyone's future in this, in Phillips, that please, trust us on this. There were plenty of opportunities in the past to let Phillips sell, to let everyone be kicked off. We're here to preserve the housing that we have. We're here to add some to it, just to make it pencil out in terms of numbers. We're not here to be evil landlords, throw people out. We're also not here to destroy rural feel. We're just trying to do what's best considering all of the factors here. And just to go back to what was already said, just today is all about P&Z. What do we want to do with this L&E ruling? So there will be further conversations to have on topics that all of us would like clarity on, myself included, because I'm with you kind of learning as we go. But as Ashley alluded to, we can't get everything figured out right away, and we can't put certain things ahead of others. So for the sake of today, I feel like everyone in the room here is in agreement that this needs to move forward for the horizontal, and that we're going to then have to take everything that we've heard from everyone and everything else we've learned and factor that into the future decisions. But the pause doesn't make sense to me at this point. It's been a long time, and I appreciate the work that's been put into this. And my thoughts on this weren't even that solid 2 weeks ago. And the more I thought about it and the more I listened and read about it, the more it makes sense that I think this is the plan that should move forward.
I have one quick. As far as community, especially on the Riverside, I understand that Riverside's pretty cool. It's very funky over there. And I think any of us would love the opportunity to live there. But there are issues with your water and your septic that we cannot fix. And so we really have our hands tied there, and I'm so sorry to say that, because we can't put in new water, we can't put in a new septic over there, and we could try to get FEMA to amend the floodplain, but right now we don't know what FEMA is doing about anything. But that still would not fix your water and your septic. And I live in still a funky community in Aspen, and we have changes going on there that I'd rather not see, but it's just what's happening. And you just have to try and find the good in where you've lived and the good in where you hope to be living in the future. So it's a tough one, I know.
And just one other thing, we've heard the past few days about a lot of housing reports. We've had one on the regional housing needs assessment. And I think for the conversation here to think about adding a couple of units to where an assessment says we may need, in some metrics, 7,000 units in the valley. The low number, I think, was 2,800 units. So for us to be upgrading this site, replacing what is there, and adding additional beds, what I would consider at a density that is acceptable, is answering what the demands of the valley really are. I mean, if you want to read this report, it's available in some of our packets from the past couple days. And the numbers are daunting and unattainable, to be honest. And I think the fact that we're showing some level of understanding to try to protect the rural and the density, it should be viewed as, I think it's something that I can stand behind and feel good about.
Closing comments, commissioners?
I'm good.
I'll just make one more comment. Because of
You
what
gotta
said.
jump in.
It has been tempting to sell it, I can tell you, because you can see it's incredibly complicated. It takes a tremendous amount of time from our staff. It's very, very expensive, and it's been tempting. Just like, let somebody else solve the problems, you know? But we didn't do that, and so here we all are, trying to solve the problems together, I hope.
I'll say something. I just wanted to thank Kelly, who showed some concern for wildlife and asked questions about the parcels 3 and 4, which are, I guess, big questions we're still going to try to get answered. But I think the concern is that we would try to protect, preserve that land, and I just want to say I really appreciated her concern for wildlife down there. That's often easily overlooked. The thing that's going to be ironic about this is after we do all of this, the people who are living in 50-year-old mobile homes down there in various states of repair are still going to be living in the same units after all this expense has been done and we fix all the things that absolutely have to be fixed. Your costs are going to go up, but you're still going to be living in a 50-year-old unit. We're not buying a new house for anybody. We're just trying to get back to zero. And I have to say, I appreciate that the Phillips decided to sell this to the county, but it's possible we were the only ones dumb enough to buy it at the time. The deferred maintenance on it was at least 40 or 50 years in the making, and that's why virtually all the infrastructure is junk there. And it absolutely does have to be fixed, and we're the ones hanging on to the baby right now. So that's us doing it. It's going to be an expensive process, and it's going to cost more to live there. That's all there is to it. I can't see any other way to present that. Some people are going to have to move. Hopefully you'll be able to move within the park, and that'll work. But I want to make sure the people living there and the public in general really understand what's going on and what this is about. Today was very informative. It's unfortunate when you talk about a $700,000 per house cost of a subsidy. That actually sounds kind of reasonable compared to all the other costs of building affordable housing in our valley right now. The typical cost is $1.5 million, I think, is what's Aspen One presented to us.
Not for 1967.
It's for a home. It's the cost of a home,
But it's
right?
not for mobile homes.
So yeah, exactly. But so here we are. So the people living in the mobile homes now aren't going to be living outside of them. They're still going to be in a mobile home, but it's going to cost an awful lot of money to get this. So I'm just trying to understand it and wrap my head around it. And I wish we could have done this better, but I don't see any other way to go at this point. I honestly don't. I'm convinced we need to fix the infrastructure. I'm convinced that I believe we're going to do our best to take care of the residents who are there, but there aren't going to be any golden parachutes or windfalls to anybody. I can pretty much assure you of that. It's going to cost everybody money, and that's the unfortunate side of it, just like it does all of us who live in the community. It's no different for anyone here. So I hope it's not disappointing, but it's we're in a position now where we actually have to move forward in order to fix what desperately needs to be broken. And this seems to be the way forward. I think it's going to cost us a lot more than we're even estimating now. And maybe that'll be a lesson learned. And so there you have it. Thank you.
Any further closing comments?
Jeffrey, it's your turn.
One thing, just, is dark skies ever been considered? I know we put that
We already
finding.
have the toughest lighting codes in the country.
Okay, so it's
Pretty
not.
dark.
Will it remain to be dark? I guess that's the question that I had. I know we brought
Should
that
be.
up with an airport finding. We added that in there. I don't know if we
We
need
only,
to.
we only do we only do life safety lighting.
Okay.
We don't allow, it's a very strict lighting code.
Can I just throw in that we did have a conversation about the roads, like, do we need to pave everything? Could we do something permeable at lower cost that might actually?
Permeable is very expensive.
I'd love to finish my comment.
Sorry.
I think that if we consider these options, we consider electrification where we can, consider a less expensive road infrastructure option. We haven't talked to the community about what they think they need there, so we're trying to force pavement down on them when perhaps they don't need it. On the other hand, 40 more units may require that make it necessary. I understand that, but I really appreciate that we're actually going to look at this and consider it more thoroughly. And I also really appreciate that we're talking to the residents now. And I hope I'm right when I say that, because we have to be talking to the residents. So if everyone's as disappointed as I am about how this has all worked out, maybe at the end of the day we'll all be glad that we did it. But it's a painful process, and I want to thank Chris Kiley for weighing in and pointing out that they've done things like this before, and they consider them to be successful decades later. So maybe it'll be a decade or two before we realize it was a good idea. I don't know.
Closing comments. We have a unique opportunity to build employee deed restricted housing in our own county. And over the past couple months, mostly what we've done is push money and saving of mobile home communities further down valley. And so I think this is a unique position for the board to be in, where we could potentially solve two problems. One is we have a transportation problem in the valley where we're, even today we invested in Cavern Springs, which is wonderful. But again, this is a unique opportunity for us actually to invest in Pitkin County. Employee deed restricted housing that is close to the Brush Creek Park and Ride, that has existing transportation. And so I think this could be a model much like what we saw at Basalt Vista. And this could be something else where we come back and say, look, Holy Cross is a partner, again, with microgrids, with sustainability at the forefront, with resilience at the forefront. You mentioned a few times we're building in the WUI, which is unfortunate that most of the county is now the wildland urban interface. But we're building in resiliency with, incredible, 2 hours of water infrastructure, if you will. So I think the plan needs work, and I think that's why we're sitting at 50% on the vertical. But I think, what we heard from the community today and the neighbors and the residents and the longtime residents, thank you, is can we maintain that community character, but also increase our employee deed restricted housing workforce in Woody Creek. And so the findings reflect the conversations you've had, and I appreciate you're taking time out of your day, not earning money while we're sitting here. So thank you. That the findings reflect, what we've heard from the neighbors and the community. It is not the board's goal to build 140 units. We're not a developer in that sense. 70 feels like the just right, if you will, and it's only developing parcels 1 and 2 and thinking further down the road at the next board, at the next election, that they're not back developing parcels 3 and 4. So I think this, hopefully the community realizes this is much like Basalt Vista, that it is workforce housing on a transportation line and meets the community's needs. So Thank you for letting me drone on.
Want a motion?
I would enjoy a motion.
I will make a motion. To approve the resolution overruling the Pickens County Planning and Zoning Commission Resolution Number 009-2026 and authorizing implementation of the Phillips Mobile Home Park project.
And I will second.
Any discussion or comments from the board?
No, but I just want to thank everybody for the time, energy, and passion.
I will thank staff for bringing this forward, and I apologize again to the public if this took 8 years to have this meeting. We as a county should do better in terms of communication and outreach and support, because if it was my home and someone was building next door to me, I know it's not the most comfortable position when you see story poles go up. Immediately you're worried about the size and the scale of what's going to take place and interrupt your life. So I appreciate your patience, and hopefully we do better going forward as a county. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for coming in.
Well, we're clear in the room. Can we take like 5 before?
So grassroots, we're going to take 5 and then come back for open discussion before
Thank you.
adjournment. Good afternoon. It is June 24th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's about 4:40 in downtown Aspen, and we are on open discussion.
I have one item, may I
Patty
get it
Clapper.
over with quickly? I think you all received, Gabriel from Finance sent a thing about the OMB, Office of Management and Budget, the federal level. They are proposed rule changing for grant making. Could have significant impacts to Pickens County. I also received the information from NACO about submitting a letter of comment by July 13th. There's a webinar coming up. There's a template for a letter we could write and add in Pickens County specifics. I would like to ask the board if we can have staff work on a letter. It's pretty scary what this rulemaking may do. It may allow the federal government to just terminate your grant in the middle of your project. It may allow, it's pretty, yeah, and they can change how you can qualify, how you can be disqualified. The reclassification from uniform guidance, from policy guidance to binding federal regulations. There's significant issues that I think we should submit a letter of comment, and we can do it through NACO. And then they're gonna put together one big one, and we can also send ours to all our senators and our congressmen. If that's okay with the board, I'll have.
Yeah, I don't really understand what the changes are or anything, but I'm assuming.
You would have
Are
received.
you asking Levi to write a letter and look into it, or?
Yeah, and there's a template letter available, so it gives us a head start. But you would have received something this morning at about 10:30 from staff in finance.
We can float it back up to all the BoCC members.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the board is interested, I would say we work with Levi, and I think the attorney's office has also been looped in to see what those implications would be to even current Pickens County grants.
It was an email from Gabriel at 10:25 a.m.
Yeah, and it spells out some of the things. And then I have another one from NACO that just gives us guidance as to a webinar they're doing, and staff may want to, I think it's July 2nd, just to do some proposed, and it'll probably be a big topic at NACO in July. They're looking at implementing this, the federal government's looking at implementing this sometime in mid to late October, so we gotta get some comments in there and see if we can't. I mean, the grant process at the federal level is difficult anyway, and this covers all federal grants. It's not just transportation or health, it's across the board.
Okay.
So we need to look at what we can do to modify it in the best interest of counties.
And just timeline-wise, the deadline to submit is July 13th, and if they go into effect, they would be in effect October 1st of this year.
It's October 1st, I thought it was the middle of October. So I think I would like to see if we can draft a letter and get it sent off. Okay, thank you. Everybody okay with that? Thanks.
I do not have any other open discussion items.
I checked with our friends at Wilderness Workshop, and the Colorado roadless rule can be repealed. It's a state rule, but it's federal land, so it's actually it's an independent federal rule, and if they all get repealed, there'll probably be lawsuits. Idaho and Colorado can be repealed as well federally, which would result in lawsuits, but it's not immune to that just because it's a state rule. So that was discussion yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so stay tuned on that, but we're not above it just because we. Yeah. So I don't know if that changes us.
We're going to draft a letter, anyway, aren't we?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and that's another letter to take to NACO to public lands. And to our state legislature and to our federal guys.
Are we tasking Mr. Borse with roadless?
Yeah, so Levi is working and we'll work with other staff as well. And I think per the direction yesterday, we'll work with other partners as well, and we'll bring that back, and based on direction today, we'll bring the OMB back. We'll probably have them I will work with Levi of bringing that back. We might be bringing it back at your mini retreat on the 7th because some of these deadlines will be before the 14th.
Yeah, and I'm doing my, I don't know when everybody else is scheduled, I'm doing my Zoom meeting with Thorne, with Pam and Greg on Monday, and I might bring up this, the grant thing for them, because they're the ones that are gonna be helping us look for grants, see what they think about it, if that's okay.
Yeah, I talk to them tomorrow.
Okay, let me know.
I think it would be good to look at other onerous, it would be good to look at other onerous rulemakings that are coming down from the feds, because we know there are others that have consequence that we could be weighing in on as well. So.
Yeah, like not allowing, the Postal Service won't send ballots in if they're in states that don't support the
President.
the turning over of voter information.
The SAFE
So
Act.
if your state hasn't turned over voter information, the head of the post office right now is saying that they will not mail ballots in.
I don't think that's legal. Was that a very naive statement I just made?
Motion to adjourn?
Did you see the thing that just came through about the algae pond? This guy's sneaking in the middle of the night.
Any further open discussion regarding board responsibilities?
Carrie didn't have anything?
Oh, the only other item, I just wanted to follow up on the conversation yesterday around CCAT on timeline. And Levi has been working well, so there is a discussion on Thursday. So Jeffrey will be introducing informally the items that you all discussed. Levi is coming to your board meeting on the 14th because CCI items have to be formally submitted. And Levi did connect with CCAT as well, and so we'll use that July 14th for formal submission to CCAT and CCI. So kind of the process, just I wanted to clarify on the process of, it sounds like Jeffrey, you know better, but it's an informal or kind of sharing out what the ideas are, soliciting feedback, and then can discuss formal submission to CCAT, CCI, and at that time, I believe we'll know other CCAT items and can discuss. So that legislative item on the 30th will kind of give a preview of what we see coming for this date.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, Jeffrey, with the draft legislation that Jeffrey and Levi have been working on about Pano and technology, I support Pano. I support hardening structures, all of that. I'm just concerned again about the cost getting passed on to the consumer. So if we can try and bring something in where we have some note or mention of that in the legislation, because it's going to get rolled over to people who are already paying those high prices, and I don't think that's the right thing to do. Even though I don't think wildfires are the right thing to do either, but yeah.
The cost is already being handed over to the payers, right?
Yeah.
We're already bearing the cost, so.
Yeah, so.
We can reduce fire, we
All right,
might lower it.
would you like a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Thank you for that feedback, and apologies if I was too forward yesterday. These are informal to sort of get the cohort, get CCAT going on Thursday, so.
Sometimes we just need to temper your enthusiasm. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Ramp it up.
I'll second the motion.
Crank up the enthusiasm.
All those in favor of adjournment?
Thank you, everyone.
This guy, I thought we'd be here for 4 more hours, for sure.
Greg tried to get out of it, yeah.